We got to turn YouTube on. Do that, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so anyway, hi. Welcome. YouTube should be on now, so hello YouTube folks and Twitch folks and everyone. Yeah, so no, I have yeah, I have played this, or rather, I guess I played it and streamed it before many years ago. I don't remember how long ago it was. I forgot to check Steam, like when it said I played last, before I reinstalled it. And the thing is, when you reinstall something, it registers as you having played today, so I don't know when that was. Um, so yeah, I did play it a little bit, like enough to get like the absolute basics many years ago, which I don't remember any of. So it's basically like I haven't played this. Hobo, congratulations on pressing the mystery button. Lightfellow, and Hard Apple Pies, hello to you, all you three as well. And it appears Lightfellow has triggered the King's Protocol. Though I shall be explaining what we are doing today. Yes, I suppose. Regardless, what was I talking about? Yes, that is the problem. Speaking in such a manner does require a slightly large amount of processing power, and so, in order to facilitate the voice, the thought process behind it is somewhat compromised. Apparently, a short-term memory is the first thing to go. Now, oh yes, Rimworld. So, in terms of why I'm playing this, if I had to guess, I suppose seeing adverts for this game's most recent, what was it now? Some manner of DLC. I suppose wormed its way into my subconscious, and I remembered this game existed. So I suppose we have our answer, though I imagine there are another, or rather a few more, compounding factors. Yes, there's an Odyssey. That sounds about right. Alright, that's a minute. I need to go back to... That's the thing. When I'm already, like... I can, speak like a weirdo and think about what I'm talking about a bit more easily if I'm not already, like, really tired. But that also perfectly segues into why we're playing this today, is because I'm just like, I didn't get very much sleep, woke up late. I'm too tired for Clair Obscur today. Now this is, I know, a very complicated game, sort of like there's a lot of systems, but it's not like it's going to require me to sort of do things very actively. So I figured, yeah, I kind of wanted to play this again. We'll take a look. Give me a nice, one of those, I'm tired, let's do this right now instead kind of games to kind of mess around with. So I want to give Clair Obscur, like, it is the main game right now, so it's the kind of thing I want to, like, be able to focus on, right, when we're doing it. It's my undivided attention, not like my brain is drifting off, because, I want to go to sleep or something. Another candidate for today's stream was Backpack Battles. That obviously didn't happen, but I was considering it. I'm like one good win away from making it the Masters on the adventure class, and I don't have to play that thing anymore, and I can go just do other things. Yes, I did grab the roguelike. Yeah, thank you for informing me. DLC is pretty great. Yeah, like there's basically, I don't really know. I know very little about this game. Let's put it that way. So I'm not, because I think it adds like the ability to travel around on a ship or something like this DLC. I don't know what that entails in the greater scheme of this game, because again, I barely know how the basics work. In fact, I'm gonna replay the tutorial, which I probably did a million years ago, but welcome to Rimworld. This page configures how your world should be generated. The default settings are good. Go ahead and click generate. When you have more wealth, more powerful enemies attack. If you want the challenge to scale with time instead, select Wealth Independent Progress mode. I was reading that game. Here you choose your starting site. Click the... Oh, you know what? I remember doing this. Selecting... this is one of the few things I do remember from my original playthrough. Actually, I remember about two things. Playthrough. I played like a couple days and... You know, it ended wherever it ended. In fact, I think I remember... Well, I might have kept playing, but I remember what killed that colony. In fact, you know what? I think the 2 days I played were separated by great spans of time. There was like an initial play where I did it for like a really small amount of time. It's probably like about a stream. And I think a good chunk of time later, I don't know how long. Again, the time scale is lost to me at this point. If I had to guess, this is all pre-COVID. But I don't know. When did this game become available for play? Like just in early access or in any form on Steam whatsoever. Maybe that might help me figure it out. But anyway, there was like, I think I played for a day initially. Then there was like this big span of time where I didn't do anything and it was enough to forget and I had to relearn everything again. And yeah, that time when I was playing, it became available at the end of 2018. Okay, so probably sometime in like late 2019, if I had to guess, I probably played a little bit again for like maybe a day or two. Because that I remember more of. I remember looking at this map and basically, I mean, I guess it might have been the first time. I think it was the second time. And I was like intentionally way overcomplicating things. So it was like, if this was like a literal real world situation and you had to set up like a civilization or something, where would be like, you know, based on my understanding of history and how, you know, empires work and archaeological stuff and blah, blah, blah. Like, what would be a good way to set up your civilization for the, you know, greatest chances of success? I don't think it had much bearing in game, but I was just having fun with that. So we sat on this menu for a really long time, kind of like how we were doing, not the tutorial one, but when I was making the actual thing, kind of like how we're doing right now. And that playthrough, that colony or whatever they're called in this game, I think everyone died to something really... Well, as far as I understand, this is very normal. Like something just really weird and messed up happening, and then everyone dies. That's like kind of par for the... That's how this game works, essentially. Like, weird is not necessarily weird. So... Everyone died to a cow, or something like that. It was weird too. Like it freaked out and just did something it wasn't supposed to, and then it like rampaged across the whole map, and just like everyone died to this thing. Like I don't remember again. I don't remember the details. It was something like that. Excuse me, or does the audio balance of the stream favor left channel? I can look into that. Does anyone else notice something like that? Okay, yeah, no. Well, I would have played it well before 2000, like well before the 1.0 launch then, probably. Because again, like my memory of this game is quite old. My voice was... Huh. Oh, also, Red, is it Lopez? Wait, no, wait, I just read your comment. Never mind. We addressed you. Hello, by the way, again, no. So I assume the stream is not normally like this? With the left whatever thing? About here. That's really weird because I haven't changed anything on my end. Would that be... Hold on a second. Well, I'm going to do the thing where I can... So I can hear myself. Okay, I should be doing the So basically, you might hear me audio doubling, but it shouldn't. If you hear my audio doubling, let me know. I'll fix it. Okay, test 1 2 3. Um, yeah, no, I hear that. Yeah. Now okay, well let me figure out if this is let me figure out if this is an OBS problem or a microphone problem. Where do I find control panel? Is are ASMR things only supposed to come from one side? It said wireless. Why the hell is this plugged in? Let's go and disable that. Just in case. That didn't fix anything, did it? I don't think it did. But I did disable something, so that is a change. Okay, okay. Because I figured it didn't, but test 1 2 3. Okay. Okay, test 1 2 3. Yeah, I think it's OBS because I'm listening to my mic through my own sort of like a feedback thing. So let me test OBS one more time. A little bit hard to tell, but I think that was normal. Okay, so wait. Test 1 2 3. No, this is test 1 2 3 1 2 3 test. Okay, no. Okay, that's yeah, this is still weird. Like it's not like the audio isn't coming through the right channel at all. It's just left dominant. Test 1 2 3. Okay, no, that's still it. No, yeah. This is I think it's an OBS thing. This is the levels are even when I listen through my own computer. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd rather deal with this now than later. Absolutely. Um, that's fucking weird. Why is OBS having like so many problems like the last like month or so? Normally, like, I don't have problems with OBS. I think this is like the second or third thing I'm encountering. Kira was having some kind of problems last night with her OBS. Um, okay, I'm gonna turn all my filters off for a second. Let me. Well, I mean, I guess I can listen to it. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. So I'm just gonna listen to my own thing, but keep me updated as well on your from your guys' end. Monitor off. So now I can hear myself. You okay? Just make sure you guys do not hear my audio echoed and doubled, right? You hear? Okay. Or I mess with the filters. Um, audio, audio. Oh yeah, okay. It's a mute output. Now it shouldn't be doubled for you guys. Only doubled for me. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Wait, did that fix it? No, not the echo thing. The left right volume balance. Okay, what if I how quiet is this? Test. Why? Man, it's really hard to tell. Sometimes it feels like I'm not actually getting a difference between the left and the right. Um Okay, we're gonna go ahead and no, that's okay. That's a little bit more quiet, I think. I'm gonna go. This is really weird. I'm gonna go to my own stream so I can actually see this or hear this. So let me check my OBS settings real quick first. Audio, microphone, Yeti, disabled. Before I do anything else, I'm just gonna unplug it and plug it back in. Okay. Did that change anything? Just the simple plug it in, or well, there's also the USB side of things. Did that actually fix it? SSS 123. How are the volume levels? Okay, that sounds a lot more even on my end as well. Why wasn't it registering on, like, I'm just not going to ask questions, because if you ask questions, something is going to go wrong. I know. Fucking strands of hair out of my eyes there. The headset has another extremely important purpose, which is keep hair out of my. Yeah, I mean, this is quick. And yeah, good job noticing that light, fellow. Thank you. I've said this numerous times in the past. Some people often just like, I don't know. It's possible they don't notice issues, but there's some times where like it's so glaringly obvious they had to have noticed something, and like no one will say anything for hours or potentially days. And I was like, how the hell long has this been going? It's not just a here thing; it's just a general streaming thing. People are often extremely hesitant to just say anything. I guess they don't want to draw attention themselves or something. It's the most annoying thing in the universe to discover like days of streams have gone by with some kind of weird issue that like it's not necessarily going to be obvious to the streamer. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. What were we doing again? Here you choose your starting site. Click a temperate forest, light green with no brown hills. Click next. Option you can use the terrain tab to view information about the selected tile. Oh, good, we can zoom in. Humans always want to be near water, right? This. Gangster Lake. Tomahawk Party. Hostile. I mean, this is tutorial, so I don't think it really matters what I pick, but... Purple Bramble. They are also hostile. Purple Desert. Okay, so the symbol doesn't necessarily correspond to, like, how hostile they are exactly. I'm curious. select this. Now you choose which characters you want to use. Drag from the left behind part of the character list. At the bottom into the selected part. Top, optionally click character. Clicking a character will allow you to inspect him. If I recall correctly, the fire symbols are how quickly they learn it, and the number is like their actual level, right? Oh wait, the left behind people eventually show up, don't they? The mining guy. This is really good at shooting. Oh, is anyone good at like cooking? Remember, that's like a lot of your time is just spent cooking. Oh, randomize. Oh, so I gotta test randomize. Well, let's find someone really garbage. Police officer. Let's randomize the police officer into something else. Wait, wait. Reorder and randomize more if you want, but don't try to get the perfect characters. Everyone has flaws, and it makes the story more interesting. Rename characters by clicking start when you're ready. Plants, animals. You can do a plants and animals dude. Can't cook? Why can't he cook? Disabled. Meat is wrong and horrible, but one time long ago he tried to do that. Caused by backstory of biosphere. Nona, who's Nona? That maybe someone that can cook. What plants and animal, man? Very important we get someone who can actually cook. Man, the game like really hates the cooking stat. I think I've gotten like good on everything except cooking here. Alright, there we go. You're out. Stomp the cat herder. Alright, here we go. See how this works out. In one, structure saves resources, but also makes it difficult to contain fires. The three of you wake in your cryo-sleep sarcophagi to the sound of sirens and ripping metal. You barely get escape pods where the ship is torn apart. Sometime later, you land on this unknown Rimworld. As pieces of the shredded starship fall around you, you start making plans to survive. WASD, got it. You can also zoom in and out with the mouse. Wait, I get it. Pause time. Space key. Button or can also speed up time. Now make a stockpile so your colonists know where to keep items. Click Architect tab on the bottom left. Click Zone Area category. Like, I kind of remember this stuff. Stockpile zone. The donkey there. Get out, there's an okay. To allow your colonists to bring your items to the stockpile, you must remove items forbidden designation. Click your starting items to select them. Click the allow toggle to allow them. Double click an item, select all on screen of the same type. Alternatively, you can click architect orders, click allow. All forbidden items. Orders, allow. Like an orders hotkey. I'm just seeing the other option here. Start. Where is the allow disallow toggle button? Wait, so. Okay, so yeah, I would normally be able to click it here. Got it. Awesome. Next, we'll build a room. Click the Architect button. Structure. Wall. Select wood as the material. Drag out, form the shape. I'm assuming the tutorial was just, well, I don't know, there's something weird going on there. I couldn't actually drag it. Place a door over any one of the room walls. There's a tree in the way there. We can't have it. Wait, you can't even make this symmetrical. Terrible tutorial. Because we'll now build the room. Now they need somewhere to sleep, please. Place 3 beds inside the room. Find them in the furniture category. Rotate Q. Okay. Everyone gets a corner. You also want some light inside. Your console get grumpy in the dark. Torch. So your pet will sleep inside with you. Place an animal sleeping spot inside the room. Sleeping spots aren't real buildings. They're just spots in the ground. Sleeping spot. I don't know, right by the torch. What could go wrong? Your colonists need a source of recreation or they'll get sad over time. Build horseshoe pin outside near the rooms. Horseshoe. Recreation. Horseshoe pin. Obscur. House is being built. Your colonists will need something to eat, so place a grow zone as indicated in the map. Oh wait, they need to like gather their... They need to do all that so they can actually start. Zone, grow zone. Right click, exit architect mode, click your grow zone, select it. Click the plant selector at the bottom and change to rice. Rice it is. Have your colonists equip the starting weapons. To equip weapon, click a colonist, select them, right click the weapon. Who's the... I brought a soldier, didn't I? Bolt action rifle. Whatever, go ahead and grab that. Excellent. Now you'll need to make a stove to cook food. Build a fueled stove inside the room. Architect. Production. Fueled stove. Right by the door sounds like a good idea. Colonists need to be told what to cook. Cooking orders are added on the stove itself, but once the bill has been created, colonists will do the work automatically. Wait for the stove to be built. Get the stove to select it. Looks like, yeah, because I had the game paused, they need to get caught up in their duties here. They'll presumably get everything eventually. Let's see, what is it? Okay, it shows my resources up here. That was that skull thing. Is there something dead nearby? Berry bush. Eat things up here. I know I can manually direct, you know, I probably should just manually direct someone to do something here. Not assigned to construction. It's fine. Is no one else doing, like, anything? Playing horseshoes. Alright, it's important. There we go. Select this. Open the Bills tab. Add a bill. Cook simple meal. Click the plus button to create 10. Cook some food. Next time... Next you want to mine some minerals. Okay, so it should... I think that's just good to go now. Okay, so what are we doing? Mine some materials. You've spawned some mineable steel. mine steel, you mine iron. Uh, select the mine designator and drag over the steel designated. Mine that whole thing. Harvest some wood, designate some trees to be chopped. Select the chop wood designator. Designate 10 trees to be chopped. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's 10, exactly, right? Yeah, that works. All this will kind of work. Open the work tab at the bottom of the screen. There we go. You can control. I change some settings now. Their colonists always follow their work priorities, even if this makes them do dumb things. Setting up smart work. Okay, I remember doing this. It's a little bit tedious to set up, like initially, I think, but once you get the hang of it and everything's good, like it's just... Yeah, so you're our cook, so you're doing your thing. How do we make this work? Ah. I see. Good at mining. Do I even have a miner right now? How do I check people's stats? I don't remember. Oh, right now I can't. Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, let's edit someone else's work thing. You're, for now, our construction person, since your top priority. And, no, you're not. You're our miner. And you really do just, like, fight. Clean and haul. To advance, you'll need to research new technologies. Build a wooden simple research bench inside. Okay, production. Simple research bench. Medicine. Big. Excellent. Next, you'll want to select what you want to be researched. Open the Research tab. Now just see whatever you want to be researched first. You might have to wait for the research bench to be constructed or for trees to be chopped for wood. If this takes too long, use the work tab to assign more colonists to construction. Like only one person can build, like literally. What happens if you get like a colony full of people on your tutorial that actually can't build? The hell was that? A hyena? Oh wait, does this mean I already have this? No, it doesn't. No, it does. It means I technically already have electricity unlocked. We curve bow. We sewing. Devil strand. It yields an exceptionally tough, heat-resistant plant fiber. Ear ruin. Next, you'll learn to expand the home area. Colonists will clean floors and extinguish fires in the home area only and ignore fires or built outside of it. The home area is added when you build things, but you can also expand it manually. Select the expand home area, zones. Oh, is this currently? Purple is what's listed so far, right? Oh, because I built that. I don't know why that's... Oh, right, because I designated a what's it. I think that's a growing area. There we go. The build roof area defines where your colonists will try to build roofs. It autofills when you enclose a room. Select Expand Build Roof Area tool and drag out the shape of a porch roof on the front of the house. Great, you now got a basic colony running. Eventually enemies will raid your colony. It's time to prepare for that. Like sandbags, designator, and drag the sandbags out. I got it. Security, sandbags. You know, like. Let's just wait for all your construction to be built. Consider using work tab to assign more columns to construction. Also, you could speed up the time to shorten the wait. Once everything's built, we'll send an attacker to test your defenses. Everyone's asleep. Raccoon. The rat is also sleeping. Did anyone end up making that food? I've now sent a raider to attack your colony. Pause the game by hitting space. Read the red letter in the bottom. Draft your colonists by selecting them, hitting the draft command. Right-click to send them to inside the sandbag square. Touch the sandbag. Unpause. Colonists must be touching it to benefit from it. Once you're in cover, wait for the attacker to approach. You also shoot automatically. They like come from over here or something? Oh, right. What the fuck? Warg? Success. And now undraft all your colonists using the same command as before. This will let them return schedules. Undraft. This is a tutorial. There are still tons more to learn, including prisons, hunting, trade, animal taming, and much more. But you'll get you've got the basics down. Random incidents will Were disabled during the tutorial to begin real game. Open the menu tab, bottom right, select options, click the gameplay button in the left column, modify buttons and storytelling settings, select your storytelling and play style appeals to you. Good luck and have. You're actually like butchering shit. I'm not gonna like. I'm gonna start like my own game. I'm assuming you can continue tutorial if you want, but if you're waiting, so this is the tutorial essentially. It looks like lost tribe. Your tribe was destroyed by the great blood machine sent by the gods. 5 of you managed to escape. Now it's time to build up a new empire. Since you'll start pouring like technology is a difficult scenario. People called you crazy for leaving your glitter world home, but you always yearned to explore the stars outside of the Neuro Simulator. Now you're at the end of your long journey in cryosleep, landing in an unknown Rimworld to see what it's like. Since your starting character will lack some skills, this is an especially difficult scenario in the early game. Start with more stuff. Naked brutality. You went under anesthetic or a minor surgery. Now you've woken on a drop pod crashing on a distant planet. You're naked, alone, and totally unprepared. Can you survive? There's nothing fair about the scenario. It's extremely difficult, and death can happen for any reason. I feel like that's the kind of thing you do when you know what, like, the actual settings are. Or what the... how the game works, I guess. Okay, we'll try this. AI Storyteller creates events like pirate raids, resource drops, or animal attacks. Their choices will affect the story of your colony. You can change these settings at any time. On a classic increasing curve of challenge and tension, he'll push you with dangerous events, then give breathing room, then come back to push you more. PB gives lots of time between disasters to build your colony, but beware at high difficulties. You'll hit as hard as anyone. Randy Random. Doesn't follow the rules. He'll generate random events, and he doesn't care if you make a story a triumph or utter hopelessness. All drama. He's truly random. He will sometimes send extremely difficult or unfair groups of events at you. It makes for high drama and unavoidable sacrifices. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the thing you do when you're trying to figure out what the hell, like, how seeds work, you know, something dumb like that. Wait. Oh, I gotta pick something here. Major direct threats are disabled, but challenges like disease, mental breaks, and mad animals can... Build a community with a taste for danger. Threats appear, but they're weakened. There's room to grow and thrive, but it's still a dangerous planet. Experienced strategy gamers on their first game of Rimworld. Experienced Rimworld players who want some breathing room to pursue funny or weird goals. Players are on a rough, tough planet. There will be triumph and tragedy. Blood and dust. If you play well... Even if you play well, people will die. You will need to anticipate threats before they arrive and seek out every advantage. Players who want to struggle to survive. Losing is fun. The setting is designed to be unfair. Huge threats will crash upon you without mercy until your colony dies. Only choose this setting if you are happy with the drama of struggle and dying. I don't know if it's like actually like that, but I do appreciate the description. And it's like, no, it's like, you know, if you pick this and it sucks, it's your own fucking fault, kind of thing. Experienced players who want to face a brutal, unfair challenge where even great skill may not prevent death. Save and load the game at any time. Still learning the game. It's your personal playstyle. You're using mods that may break the game. Oh, I see. They're two. All but one person is not the end of the game. It's part of the story. The game is designed to allow recovery after loss. Playing out these terrible situations makes a story with both tragedy and triumph in the way Rimworld is designed to be played. There's a reason to quit and reload when his family got killed, lost in recoveries. Okay, so I think at least for this, I'm going to put this one on, but I'm generally not going to save scum. If like something bad happens and it's my fault, sure. If it's like I clicked the wrong thing because I read a description wrong and I can't go back and change something immediately, and it's like I just saved or something like that, then, you know, I might go back for something like that. It's like I simply misunderstood a mechanic because, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, again, it's a case-by-case basis, but, like, generally speaking, I'm going to call it, like, commitment light. Because this is me learning the mechanics. So again, if there's just like a genuine misunderstanding of what a thing does and then I do it and it does something totally different. Are there still bugs in this game? Not for a long ass time. Now as to the difficulty. This is the default one. Experience strategy gamers and on their first game of Rimworld. Yeah. Probably strive to survive, I guess, then. Maybe mods. That sounds likely. We want a rough story requiring skill to survive. Let's go with this. Again, this feels like... So what is this? This is the easy mode person, right? So we're basically doing default plus. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. Well, I mean, as easy as we get. Seed. Is that what is this called? White? I'm changing the name of seed to seed. Huh. Attack when attacked by noise or pheromone signals. Originally from the planet Soren, interstellar entrepreneurs managed to capture, genetically modify, and vat grow the insect colonies for use as weapons. We place Soren insects on this planet, but they are here and it's dangerous as ever. Venomous angel around, hidden in ancient structures, under mountains of dust, or at the bottom of the ocean. Mechanoids can self-maintain for thousands of years. This group of mechs seems to be unified in purpose, not well coordinated in action. Always believed they're autonomous. Weapons left over from an ancient war. Tribal legends describe them as demonic servants of a sleeping god. Pirate gangs mostly fight outsiders. They don't build and they rarely trade. They managed to steal from recently. Mostly they carry gunpowder weapons, though some prefer to stab victims in range. People have been here a very long time. Maybe their ancestors crashed here 1,000 years ago. Maybe they survived some cataclysm that destroyed a technological civilization here. In the case, tribals are mostly nomadic people who live off the land, using despite their appearance. Technological weakness, the tribals can be dangerous enemies because of their skill with low-tech warfare, their numbers, and their hardiness. These people have been the same thing. Values warlike dominance. It may be difficult to turn them into an ally. Gentle tribe. Trade and alliance, even with strange peoples. These people have lived here for decades or centuries and have lost most of their technology that brought them to this world. They usually work with simple machinery and defend themselves with advanced gunpowder weapons. They are concerned with the practical matters of trade, trust, and survival. Outlander. You lived here for decades or centuries and got it. Let's go. Whoa, what the fuck? Took me to the Steam page. Click on these things, it wants me to buy stuff. Oh, you can start up here? I imagine that's a very bad idea. But apparently you can do it. Okay, so these are forests. You know, this is how long ago I played this. Is I still had a better recollection of what, at least in the real world, what certain terrain types would mean in terms of, like, available, like, mineral composition and stuff. It's a bit hazy at the moment. If I think about it, I might remember, but... Again, not saying it has bearing on this game, it might, but... Cannot land on this biome ocean. But can I land here then? Sea ice is extremely inhospitable. There is no soil or plants, and most of it is out here anyway. Go. Yeah, no. But they do warn you, which is kind of amusing. Also trees and little vegetation. There are a few animals, large herds of migratory grazers, predators. Big stone road goes through here. Who are you guys? And then there's a neutral tribe here. Okay, so you can't start on the same tile as other people. Despite the harsh winters, boreal forests sustain a diverse population of animals and small and large animals, and have warm summers. Terrain is flat, marble and slate, high elevation. It's quite cold. Growing period is 30 to 60 days. April, May 6 through September. Lots of berries. It seems, yeah, temperate forests are just going to be the easiest. Oh, growing period year-round. Hello, Earl. Oh, there's an ad break. You might not be able to hear me. Tropical, I would imagine, means more disease. Yeah, disease frequency 1.7. It's the malarial zone. Okay, ad breaks are done. Oro. Stop copying me. Stealing my game ideas. Tropical rainforest. I don't know. thick, moist jungle buzzing with animal life and infested with disease. Despite its visual beauty, it is a very dangerous biome. Choking overgrowth, aggressive animals, and constant sickness are why some people call this the Green Hell. Terrain impassable. What we probably want is something like an area kind of like this, I imagine is nice. Maybe not that specific. Huge river, marble, granite, sandstone, mild elevation. Doesn't get too cold. Oh, there is a limited growing season. Okay. Swamp. Wetlands choke with vegetation disease. Dense overgrowth makes it hard to move around, and clearing areas for building takes a long time. Much of the terrain is too marshy to support heavy structure. Is there a South Pole? A lot of ocean in this world. Island out in the middle of nowhere. There we go. I was wondering what happened to the thing. Extreme desert. Regular desert. What's little life? There's very little arable land, and animal life is sparse. Yo, I'll choose soon. Oh yeah, maybe we do that thing again where I can waste time and be like, this is real life. Where would you want to... Honestly, it's probably very similar to where you would want to start in game. The thing is, the more desirable the location you pick, the more vulnerable you are to being attacked. So beautiful, like a lake. Hey, Jesse. Past the colonist creation screen? What, you just spent all the time min-maxing like Baldur's Gate 2 or what? Cheating? Okay. So I probably want something that has both water and like a little bit in terms of hills, because slate and sandstone though. Slate and sandstone is probably not great for mineral wealth, if I had to guess. So like something kind of like this. So maybe medium hills instead of large hills, but I don't know, maybe... Yeah, here. A temperate forest, year-round, good berries, bit of disease frequency there. It's slate and marble, though. Sandstone, granite, and marble. Also buy some water. A creek. Movement difficulty is 4. What does that mean? Sandstone, slate, yeah, again. Slate's nice if you're doing flint knapping and stuff, or maybe you're making roof tiles, but probably not great for mineral wealth. Hey, Hope, how you doing? Guardian, were you actually just sitting there re-rolling over and over again until everyone had perfect stats, or what? Limestone. This is limestone, granite, and marble. There are small hills, which means there's potentially some mineral wealth available. The edge of a great desert, meaning we're very in real world terms, it would make it less likely that people are going to come murder you from over here, depending on how inhospitable it is. But if there are, you know, people who can cross the desert with a more warlike inclination, maybe not in the greatest spot ever. And it sort of depends on your neighbors. I don't know. Again, in a real world term, well, this is jungle, meaning this bay area. Well, I don't know. You can have vibrant sort of jungle societies. This could become like a big sort of trading hub nation kind of thing here. And the problem with this is that you're not at the center of this. So in very, very long-term thinking, this turns into some kind of like very wealthy empire with trade connections that go here and here and here. And, you know, this looks like it would be probably... You'd be well situated as some sort of like hub to create more inland trading through this gap here. So people would come here, they would stop here, and then they would keep going like this and sort of avoid the desert because that's probably bad. And, you know, they would trade with the inland empires here, and these people would trade with the people up here, etc., etc. But the thing is, these people will probably only tolerate your presence for so long, and this would start expanding, and like you'd probably end up with a country that's sort of, depending on how big, let's say at its maximal extent, you would end up with something kind of like, honestly, something similar like in shape and size to China. So you end up with something like that, and it would extend right up into the mountain range here, and it would absorb your area here. Probably come down to about here, and you'd probably have some sort of more like another peninsula kind of country here. Or this would be a bunch of smaller countries. I could see this essentially breaking up, or not breaking up, but like being a bunch of smaller countries, like kind of like a Southeast Asia sort of thing. This is Vietnam and Laos and etc. And we get China over here. Although, with sort of the jungle thing, maybe this is more like India. Korea doesn't exist in this. Or, I don't know, potentially maybe like this little bit here. Actually, what is this terrain? This is arid shrubland. This doesn't exactly, obviously this doesn't correspond to Southeast Asia exactly, but yeah. That's why I said this is more maybe India kind of thing. Lots of essentially jungle-like terrain. Very sort of convenient coastline with probably a, you know, sheltered. I mean, this is so large it's not a bay. Shit, what's the term for that? Like a gulf? Yeah, I guess this would be a gulf. No, it's way bigger than a cove. Coves and bays are more minor. I mean, I even on like a South American, mixing the term timescale and technology is a bit weird, but technological timescale, I guess. We're going to compare it to real world. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there were certain very large empires in South America. To draw analogs to like the expansion of the Incas, making it like right up to here, and then they absorb your little You're the Empire here. I'm part of the Incan Empire. No problem. Well, I was gonna say I'm too tired to like scream and yell, but I don't do that anyway, so good luck with the family emergency stuff. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, potentially starting here. So I'm gonna just keep scanning. If there's a Actually, here's an actual question, so I don't have to like load in and check myself. If you click on a hex, or no, it's not a hex. What is a hex? No, it's not a hex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6-sided. But anyway, if you click on a thing that's like right next to an ocean. Do you actually get ocean? Like, do you start an oceanfront property, or is that just visual? Are you doing the polls? I have basically never played this. Like, I sort of did a long ass time ago, but it was extremely limited and was many, many years ago. I know it says flat, and it's like, it's not. It's just like, because there's nothing, as far as I can tell, there is, you can't select a thing with ocean in it. It's just adjacent to ocean. So I'm wondering if ocean exists, period. You do get a beach. Okay. Massimil lied. Kill him. Okay, well, I don't want any more information beyond that. Like, I guess you kind of like came in at a weird point. So, I generally will not. I don't want any information, and it's very unusual for me to ask questions. Basically, I just asked that specifically to save time because it's like I wanted to see if there'd be a like an ocean, and it would basically prevent me from loading in and then just going, oh, there's no beach, and then wasting time that way. I'm not talking about any specific selection. I was talking about the presence of ocean, period. So still incorrect. I'm going to require a double apology now. Datester, hello. You're a video game hobo. Have I played for the side? I like sort of played it a tiny bit many years ago, like pre-COVID, many years ago. And it was so little that I don't remember the game. Okay, so basically I need to look for something that says coast. And then there will be... Again, I'm not looking... Anos, I'm not looking for any information. Like, beyond... Okay, let me put it this way. It will be extremely clear when I'm looking for information. Otherwise, basically I'm doing this blind without any kind of help or anything. Like, if I'm asking a question, it'll be very clear. I'll, like, look into the camera and go, okay, I want to know this for this reason. Feel free to answer this very, very specific question I'm asking you literally right now and nothing else. Like, so no expounding. Why am I looking for coast? Curiosity. That's it. I don't necessarily want to start there. I want to know if they exist. Lines of a story. Yeah, I mean, like, these sorts of games, I'm sure it's fun after you know what's going on, but, like, the most interesting is typically, there's new things to explore. Like, how much information is allowed? 0. Unless I specifically ask a very specific question, and then within that very narrow confine. So, like, because a yes or no question, it's yes or no, and then, like, no additional information beyond that, guy. They do exist, and they're... The description? Like, this description? Oh, that's not description, that's features. Okay, there we go. Caves and coast. That's both river and coast. Also a delta. Self-sufficient. Sounds like you need to start executing people. Introduce some excitement back into the colonists' lives. Okay, let's try and be super greedy. Go what we'll buy. All right then. So okay, back to looking for the greediest possible starting location. I don't want a huge river, I don't think. If you had this sort of like Eye of God thing and just sort of could pre-plan where you want to build on a planet beforehand, you'd want to be careful of like seasonal runoff from the mountains. You need water. People always build, well, so it's a bit of an archaeological concept where it's like, if you only look for certain things in certain types of conditions that are known to support human settlements, you'll only ever find human settlements in set types of areas or around certain kinds of concepts or ways of thinking, and simply reinforce said idea. That said, there are realities about what humans are, where humans can live, and it requires water or being at least vaguely near water. But you also need to consider where, historically speaking or archaeologically speaking, water may have been present in the past. That is my place I'm looking for? I don't know. Well, I'm just looking around to see what's available. Hold on a second. Hope link. And yes, I am massively over. So I did this. This is one of, again, the few things I remember from the last playthrough. Or playthrough. The little bit I played was massive overanalyzing of the map here because I find it amusing. I know I don't need to do this, but I find this fun. So we're gonna be here a little bit. What the hell is Norland? Is this also like Rimworld? I think I've seen someone stream this. Buy this game and force him to play it by spending $10. That game is not $10. That game is like $26 Canadian. Even US, it's gonna be more than that. What's a delta? This is a delta. Where'd it go? I... Where the hell did Delta go? I know there's several around the map. I could just explain what it is. Okay, yeah, this is a delta. It's basically sort of kind of like a floodplain. Well, it's incidentally a floodplain, but it's like where a large river and meets the coast, and it kind of fans out like the Nile Delta, sort of like where the Nile meets the Mediterranean. So tends to be pretty good for farming because here's the thing. I don't know if this has any bearing in game, and I just don't want to know. But in real life, deltas tend to be very good for farming because the fluvial deposits, like basically wash down lots of nutrients from the surrounding area, and it's all just kind of deposited in a sort of a flat area. But is also they tend to be prone to flooding and kind of dangerous for that reason. So yeah, we're talking about flooding. So you'd want to be careful if if you're building a major river system, or a major river just coming out from the mountains somewhere where there's annual snow melt and the river tends to swell. But anyway, want to be able to farm, I think, year round. I don't think we want too many mountains, but we want some mountain. Smaller river might be nice. Okay, yeah, so not everything has the thing features on it. Interesting. Ground farming is not fun, to be honest. That's additional information I'm not looking for. That's the exact sort of information I'm not looking for. I mean, we can go back to Aska at some point. Like, it's one of those early access things that's great to go back to sometime after the fact, after they've added a million things or go into 1.0 launch, whatever. This says mountains and river. Caves sound interesting. Caves, creek. Do we want to be weird, isolated mountain folk? I feel like if you built kind of here, in a societal sort of sense, long term, you wouldn't be very bothered for a very long time until, like, I don't know, like these people. I don't know. Invent their equivalent of Islam or something and just start expanding like this. And then you're safe from sort of like more smaller to mid-sized societies, but when you get like a I don't know, a region swallowing mega empire, then like the terrain just kind of doesn't matter as much at that point. And you can maybe hold off for some years, and you're a rebellious sort of province that occasionally there's an uprising every 100 years or something, but you do get incorporated. Specifically, I'm thinking sort of like the Balkan region here. Never looked over here. What's over here? Oh, so this is you can have a coast via a lake. That's interesting. Be like a lake-based society. That could be fun. Are there any like Great Lakes? Okay, there is a Great Lake. This is coast, there's marble, there's granite, there's slate. It gets quite cold. I mean, there's... Oh, 40 out of... Okay, so it's 60 days in the year or whatever. Okay. Because a 40 out of 60 is pretty good. You can farm most of the time. Confluence of two rivers. That's... Oh, wait, no, it's not confluence. This... Oh, no, the water's coming from here. Right, this isn't a sea, this is a lake. You're a farm, Hope. It was a mini lake. Oh, there are people here. Who are you guys? People who don't like other... Well, at least me. No, they farm you for loot in PvP games because you're bad, and they kill you over and over again. So, kind of. I kind of like this thing here. Even though you're not actually on the lake. Or on the river. No, I want to be on a lake. And all the major lakes are just in kind of terrible areas. Or, yeah. How is disease in the boreal forest? Where's the disease modifier? I can't see it. Oh, it's right down. Okay. Yeah, less chance of disease if you go all the way up here. Tundra. Tundra sounds very unpleasant. And then there were no major lakes in the south, right? Yeah, we are kind of limited to here. Who are these people? Well, these are like neutral. Okay, so there's a town here. Island. Temperate forest. You can farm half of the year. Just limestone, sandstone. Is it a road? There's a dirt path leading to some very unpleasant people. Okay. I just got to sleep kind of late. And then I woke up earlier than I would have liked. So. Here we are. Tropical rainforest. Oh, it's too much disease. I don't want to live in the malarial zone. If I recall correctly, malaria is like one of the few things on the planet that like legitimately stymied human expansion across the globe. We could live at the edge of the jungle. Did the malarial zone, or aka malaria. Hmm. Obviously, eventually people did get past, massively, or malarial zones. Tropical swamp. Ah, no, let's not do that one. Forest with impassable terrain. That sounds very unpleasant. Yeah, that's why. If again, I don't remember the exact details. It's been a while, but like cattle herding pastoralists didn't make it past. Yeah, they never made it out of North Africa. Like, they couldn't basically get past the Central African jungle because malaria would just kill the cattle. The Bantu people, if I recall correctly. Or Sub-Saharan Africa. Think you can make it? What, in a malaria-infested jungle? Now? Well, I mean, malaria wouldn't kill you. Something else probably would, but... Because now you just take pills. Oh, you definitely wouldn't survive. You wouldn't last as long as my brother. He would bludgeon you with a rock and be eating your corpse. And then he dies like a month later. Vines, utensils. Yeah, then it'd be like that. I was reading about a movie, The Ruins, and the vines are sentient and they kill you. It's fine. Hope was gonna die anyway. May as well put his corpse to good use. Anti-malarial meds. I took when I did the archaeology thing in Belize beforehand, or no, even while we were all there. Yeah, we took pills to prevent malaria. Yeah, it wasn't a beforehand. Like while we were there, and then a few weeks even after while we were back. It was like a weekly pill or so. I don't remember how often you had to take these things. I don't recall any side effects from preventative pills. I guess like when you actually have malaria, I imagine you take something different, probably worse. Anyway, we need to figure out where we're going to start our civilization. This is basically going to be the whole. No, it's not going to be the whole stream. I'm going to take longer than any human has ever taken, deciding where our civilization is going to start. But when you think about it, it's an important thing, right? If you could start a civilization, you would want to spend as much time as humanly possible deciding where you're going to go. Otherwise, you'd...
Welcome to the sponsors.
Obo, thank you for more gift subscriptions out to gimmick accounts for... Are those even humans? Or are those bot accounts? Whatever that is, thank you very much. Hydrochloroquine for a year. As a first line autoimmune intervention. Probably scar your retina and cause permanent central vision blindness. Fascinating. Why were you on that? Did you get malaria at some point? Were you like... Are you I don't know, a cattle herding Bantu pastoralist? Okay, so you didn't have malaria. Yeah. Old cake. Oh, the only person who's afraid is you of a beating that's gonna originate from me. Shut your goddamn mouth. You're testing and had to cover their tracks. Also sounds like a viable reason, given what you've told me of your experience with the medical industry. Why are we making this damn colony? Okay. I want a lake. But I don't want a bad lake. There are good lakes and bad lakes. Lake Okanagan, great. Lake Ontario, terrible. Do you actually want me to name a colonist after you? It might be the most useless one, like the guy who's missing an arm and like is forbidden from doing any skills. Okay, we'll take colonist naming requests when we actually get to that point, if we ever get to that point. Oh, this is kind of cool. The Hidden Mountain Community.
Welcome to the sponsors.
It's like the one clearing. Surrounded by mountains and like impassable boreal forest. It's not even really a clearing. It's where the forest thins a bit, and you know the river slows. Badly. How are you finding these names? Are you just like searching? Like, is there a website, or are you just like are you typing in random URL? Like, are you just typing in weird ass URLs into Twitch? Or? The features aren't the most interesting, but it does have feature. Honestly, picking this, the most interesting thing about it, I think, is the concept. Not so much like the actual playing here, although there's definitely more boring. Like, you could pick something like that that's got nothing. The problem is it lacks granite. We have access to marble and slate, which would, to me, indicate essentially poor mineral deposits. Oh yeah, Fulesk. This was years ago now. At some point, we're gonna go look for like rocks and minerals, weren't we? We even got like a map, like a geological map of the Greater Vancouver area. Or it wasn't just the Greater; it was like southern BC or something. See, basically, that came down because I'm trying to remember in like a marble and sort of slate-rich sort of area, what would we be finding in terms of minerals here? I imagine if you want more like iron or what they call steel in this game, you probably want granite. Don't know. It's probably not that strict. Probably. I think I still have that map on my computer somewhere. I don't know, if I can find another instance of something like this, but with just slightly more features, I think we'll go with that. I really like the idea of like the hidden glade kind of kingdom. Now, in terms of like your greater societal, I don't know, geopolitical consequences of building here, thousands or hundreds of years down the line, what would that mean? Who are these people? They don't like you. And they already have like an established trade network or something, presumably, with that road. So you're starting behind. Who are these guys? They're neutral. Okay. A lot of lakes around here. Again, I imagine what would happen way down the line is you would be overwhelmed by coastal societies and their superior access to resources. Like you'd probably get something starting, I don't know. Like these two peoples would probably, I don't know, end up, maybe they're already like a confederacy kind of thing. And they sort of spread over here. There's, you know, fluvial wetlands here. Well, yeah, they drain the swamps over time. This becomes like a major breadbasket for their empire. It kind of extends. Where are we building up here? Yeah, they take over like this entire sort of plains and hilly terrain kind of area. And so we have this. They end up absorbing these guys. Actually, wait. Are these the same people? Yo, they're already all the same tribe. So either like there's, I don't know, intra-tribal warfare where they're trying to decide who leads, but eventually these people sort of absorb these guys. They kind of take over everything here. They start spreading. They make it all the way to the edge of the forests. Well, even just a boreal forest, that's really not much of an impediment. So what would be the more likely natural barrier? Probably, wait, that's not a river, that's a lake. That's a road. But then again, if it's particularly dense forest, it could be sort of like the northern extent of the empire kind of thing, like I don't know, Germania to the. So maybe they probably actually extend to about like, kind of like that, which ends up. So yeah, I guess we would be sort of the Cimbri tribe, essentially. We're the Cimbri to their Rome. Which was one of the allied tribes, German tribes, at sort of the edge of the empire. So yeah, I guess that would be our destiny. We get conquered here. But they don't make it past it's at the absolute fringes of their territory. So yeah, I don't know, if we build here, basically the moral of the story is here, is if we build here, we end up being Germany. And then eventually these people collapse due to the fact that, you know, they don't hit sort of any kind of industrial milestone, and they hit the standard sort of civilization cap, essentially, where you become too large and have too large of a population without a proper industrial base to support it. They all die, and then we move in. So there we go. There's our bright future. We just have to wait for these people to collapse. I hope you know there are many people just watching you talk about terrain plagues and malaria. Well, hopefully people actually enjoy that, because I'm not done yet. I'm still going. You just find them when you go search for gift recipients at autocomplete. Interesting. Shy Guy Spirit, hello. Yeah, the more that I look at this area, this would be a very, like, this to me looks like it would be in real world terms, would be a very resource rich kind of natural conglomeration of peoples. we got sort of our bread basket here. Once the swamps have been drained to an extent. So what's going on down here? I'm going to say for these people, how far would they expand in this direction? Would they limit it at the borders of this river here, or would they push beyond into here? Because, I mean, this to me indicates... So, you know, probably what these would be here is these would be like client buffer states for these guys. Like, they would administer unofficial control. So, like, probably a bunch of people here. Again, it would be sort of like the collaborators amongst... with these people, the Mon 4, the civilized barbarians, essentially, to them. And this would probably be like, it's too inhospitable, so they wouldn't kind of move into this area, at least for them. But I imagine, yeah, these people wouldn't kind of get along, and there'd be sort of a loose confederacy of peoples down in here. We've already established this as, like, yeah, these people eventually develop Islam, and then they're going to conquer all the way up to, where did we say? Because I was thinking of building there initially. Yeah, up in here. And because, right, these are the Balkans. It appears, yes, Hasmel has triggered the King's protocol. So we shall discuss the qualities of the less civilized people of the world. Oh yes, most importantly, where would the most important empire in the world be located? I believe you all know what we are speaking of course. Have to be an island folk. That tends to breed the most courageous of individuals. Not too hot in climate. That tends to breed a malaise of sorts, a societal malaise. A slight chill in the environment tends to breed the right sort of temperament. Perhaps here, a touch small, perhaps. Is that a minute yet? I think it is. Alright. This is England right here. Honestly, there's not like... This world doesn't... Now, if I'm actually specifically looking for islands, it doesn't have a lot. Like, there's obviously this sort of archipelago kind of thing here, but... It's all... just extreme desert. Like, I don't know, I guess it depends on the size of the world and the resources available, but does it feel like there would be any kind of, like a stronghold, essentially, from which an island people would expand from? Like, maybe this one, like they just get left alone long enough and... Well, I don't know, it's kind of isolated here, so yeah, probably, like, this area would sort of form a kind of nation, I imagine. Like that, I'm not doing anything complicated here. There's a very obvious border, you know, in terms of available resources. Just the question would be, would it be more continentally dominated, or would the center of essentially their civilization be on the island itself here? Or would the island, you know, be isolated enough that it's actually its own thing? Would you have a bunch of smaller nations? And would it... See, in this case, you could end up with, yeah, something a bit China-like, where it's just sort of... There's... Because China, most of the population, like the vast, vast majority, it's like Canada, if I recall correctly, where the huge majority of the population is kind of spread out along the coast, on the eastern side. And then it's just kind of... It's not totally in... Well, some of it is uninhabitable, but it's like... It's this huge tracts of just mountain and desert when you go inland. So honestly, it kind of actually resembles this. So would you end up with something where you have sort of a coastally dominated society who also just happens to administer sort of these inland territories that are much more sparsely populated? Why would it be a nomad? Are you talking about the game from earlier? Or what was that game called? Was it Nord something? Also, by the way, again, thanks, Hobo, for the gift subscription. I realize I said that, but just reiterating. Obviously, like, it depends on the peoples and the politics and stuff in terms of how fractious an area like this would be. So there's no way to, like, based on geography alone, like, you can't say what will happen. But if we have only that to go from, what would be the most likely outcome, I guess, is the way you would try and sort of extrapolate this? Because then we also have to consider, like, this. There are people living here. This is all tundra. So really, I guess if you were to create real world analog, obviously this is kind of an easy comparison, sort of Siberia, northern steppes, kind of, that sort of thing. It's actually kind of interesting how, well, maybe because I'm forcing it, right? Like, we always look at things through our own experience and understanding of how the world is. So there's going to be a lot of forceful grafting of, like, oh, this is like China. This is Siberia. This is Rome. Or the former Roman territory, kind of. But honestly, it's kind of easy with this world. It's sort of actually placed together a little bit like that. And I do wonder if that's by chance. Or if, like, these generators are modeled after Earth to a degree. Like, I mean, certainly in terms of biomes, they seem to be strung out in such a way that it kind of makes sense based on, the climate as it would exist, latitude and stuff, but... I mean, that would be relative to the people who construct, said thing. Like, I imagine... Yeah, it would just be a societal construct. Is there many islands south of me? Like this archipelago thing here? This to me is like the weirdest one. Like, it resembles, I don't know. I guess sort of the many largerish islands sort of around I don't know, in and around kind of Australia and that sort of region, but also a little bit different. I guess the closest analog, at least in terms of, climate, would sort of be really just Australia. Because of the way it's structured, it looks, I don't know, maybe like, islands in the Mediterranean, but climate's more Australia specific, because that's the thing. A lot of islands sort of in that region aren't as inhospitable as Australia. Like, like you go to places like Papua New Guinea and stuff, they're actually like, there's extreme biodiversity. They're very lush in terms of the flora and the fauna, and there's jungles, and Papua New Guinea specifically was like one of the early centers of independently developed agriculture, if I recall correctly. Which is, I suppose, maybe that concept bears some explaining. So yeah, agriculture being developed independently without it coming in from somewhere, and it's just like the people are like, oh, agriculture, that's a good idea, we're going to do this, is very unusual. There's only can't remember. It's like 4 instances of it on the like in history, something like that. I think that's not an exact number, but I think it's something along those lines. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah. So really, it's just kind of, and that's the thing. Not all of Australia is sort of an arid wasteland, like a desert where you can't live. Like the outer regions, particularly in the north, if I recall correctly, in terms of just the biome, more is going to strongly remember stuff areas like Papua New Guinea and stuff like that. Obviously, New Zealand is quite lush, so it doesn't map on exactly here. No Antarctica. Antarctica doesn't exist. It's a conspiracy. How much did I pay for this interactive map? I don't think I actually paid for this game. I'm pretty sure someone bought it for me, but it's so long ago. Usually, I remember who buys me stuff, but this was so long ago. I can't remember. It wasn't you, was it, Hobo? Someone definitely bought this thing for me. The game interactive map can absolutely be a video game. Getting, but we usually jump. The advent of agriculture was not common. No, I mean it's a very, very major like societal, time scale investment kind of thing. You don't. It's not just something a society casually adopts, when independent of it coming in from outside sources. Because it just takes time, right? Because natural plants are not like, human developed cultivars. They're generally not that well suited to sustained harvests. The hunter-gatherer thing, but we usually jump on industrial process immediately. Oh, you just mean like you're saying people would, by your estimation, would just start doing this stuff immediately? Again, it depends on where the agricultural sort of base is coming from. It can be introduced from the outside very quickly, but again, if you don't have the plant basis to do that, it's a longer process of just going through. Societal development's not the right term for it, because that indicates a hierarchy and a value judgment. But it's been so long since I've had to use these terms. Progress is not the right word for it either. It gets the point across for our just sort of generalized discussion. But, okay, let's put it in gaming terms. There is a massive tech tree you have to go through when you're in a sort of a raw natural environment to get from plants to environment that are somewhat useful to plants that are good for farming. Right? So it's not like you can even start doing this immediately. It's going to be more kind of like, again, Oh, we got an ad break. Okay, we can hold on a second. Although I'm talking to a YouTube comment. Well, Pangle, you're probably in both. This game is going to be... I told you guys this would be longer than normal. This is the... I'm having the most fun with the... I'm going to have with this game right now. Once we get into game, I'm going to stop giving a shit. I'm going to play like an hour. Okay, well, in 30 seconds, we'll continue that discussion. Ad's gone. I don't think Twitch has targeted ads. I think they're based on region, and that's it. Well, because I've talked about this before, right? Like, I get weird ass ads because I'm in Canada and it's not like very well targeted. It used to be really bad. Because I would get ads for stores very specific to Toronto. And Toronto is like, I don't know, 4,000 kilometers away from here. I also get French ads. I still get French ads. Because, it's Canada. Canada is bilingual. It's the other official language. The thing is, some people, outside of Quebec, some people speak French. Most people do not. And again, Quebec is on the other side of the continent. Thousands of kilometers away from me. So on this side of the continent, French is coming again because we were playing Clair Obscur the other day. Like, French exists around everyone in Canada. Like, people are familiar with French words, and it's not like completely alien. In American terms, it's probably, depending on where you live, it's probably not like, seeing Spanish around you and having a vague familiarity of, basic Spanish phrases and stuff like that. Like, all the packaging is both English and French. So it's not 100% foreign, but I don't speak French. Not no one I know. Basically, no one I ever encounter is going to actually speak French. But Twitch is like, it's Canada French ads. And then I get this ad where someone's going on about some kind of insurance policy thing or some shit in French. For a while, I wasn't getting those. And then I was like, Twitch is improving their thing at least. I also stopped getting ads from Toronto specifically. But then sometime in the last few months, the French ads have started up again. So insurance, it might have been insurance. I can't tell because it was in French. But I thought we would like trying that constantly. Well, I mean, trying to go for something implies the knowledge of a thing existing, right? Like, I think that sort of point of view takes for granted that we know agriculture as a way of living exists. Like, that's kind of a top-down tech tree view of things. Whereas if you're just kind of doing stuff and you've never encountered the concept of agriculture, that would just be bizarre and alien. So generally, and again, to very much generalize, the development of agriculture, you want to think of it in terms of like, it's a very, very slow and gradual process. Again, if it's developed independently, like in the few centers of agriculture where it developed, China, Papua New Guinea. I think Papua New Guinea is considered a definite at this point. I can't remember if it was in question, but I'm pretty sure it is independent. The Andean Highlands, I think they developed their own. So South America, I think Central America was independent and was independent of South America, but I don't fully recall. Mesopotamia is another one. I think that's it, and I think all of their agriculture is spread out from those locations. Again, I'm not 100%, so don't quote me on that one, but it's basically something along those lines. But anyway, to get back to the point we're actually talking about here, feel free to look that up, by the way, if anyone knows of any more independent centers of agricultural development. Feel free to put it in the chat. I'll be like, oh, that one. Or there may even be like new evidence somewhere. I was like, oh, that's new. But, anyway, it's going to be more along the lines of, again, to generalize, people start using certain plants that are more consistent in terms of their output. And so, or they're the kind of things you can throw some seeds in your backyard, or you can more reliably go to these plants consistently at certain times of year or potentially even year round. And then so basically it's more of a symbiotic sort of thing at first, where people are starting to modify what they do and the landscape in order to facilitate slightly easier acquisition of plant-based resources. And then over time, the plants start to yield or start to basically genetically
diverge, I guess, or evolve from their completely wild ancestors, and perpetuate traits or propagate traits more in the direction of what people are trying to kind of select for, and sort of goes from hunter-gatherer to sort of pseudo-agricultural horticulture, and then that starts to transition into agriculture kind of thing. Like it's in an individual level, it would be completely imperceptible that this is happening. Like you may have, I can conceive of it sort of this way, where it's like you're in this sort of transitional horticultural kind of society, and you may have legends about how your ancestors roamed the land and just didn't use any sort of plants, and they hunted all the time. And at this point, you don't even foresee the future of your descendants being like settled farmers and just tilling the land, and then they have. By that point, they've also tamed certain animals. So again, it's like this gradual thing that more so happens. It's not a deliberate, we're going down a tech tree. So again, like the time scale is so long, like no individual is going to be perceiving it in that sense. 'Cause again, even that perspective is probably fairly alien, because like when we look at or think about future technologies and stuff, right? Like we can, to a degree, foresee where things are kind of going, probably better than at any other point in history. Like we have this concept of like sci-fi things, and like, oh, we're going to be there's this idea of like technologies that are just completely, well, I don't know, that's the thing, like there's probably ways of living and sort of concepts and technological things that we can't perceive whatsoever. So it's easy to say, okay, we can, as a society now, we can see where things might go kind of thing and have like these ideas, but there's probably just stuff that we can't even conceive, much in the way peoples of the past would not be able to conceive of agriculture. Or maybe we all die next week because the earth catches on fire or something. Possibility, but... I'm thinking about a period of time that's about 5,000 years long, so seeing things develop and having them merge to different societies. Yeah, I mean, that's a very similar, like, that was, the examples I was giving was a very simple, there's a vacuum and it's not even considering people around them and other ideas coming in and spreading. And so, like, obviously there's going to be interplay with things outside of this narrow vacuum group that's not interacting, so that was just kind of, like, it's just sort of a way of conceptualizing how the progress to agriculture is not necessarily a straightforward or even given thing. Like any kind of cultural or societal or technological development or discoveries, like it's like essentially human society is not a unidirectional thing. Like we're not necessarily working towards greater complexity. It tends to incidentally happen. But this is all kind of a value judgment sort of thing. Like what we have is not an inherently better thing, right? Like it's just how we live. Yeah, exactly. Progress, development. But Pangolin, were you the guy who works in archaeology? Someone does, and we have this discussion periodically. Because if you're the person who works in archaeology, obviously I don't need to explain these concepts to you. It's nice to have a discussion so everyone's sort of on the same page. All right, let me get caught up with the Twitch chat. Oh, about the planet catching on fire? Do you want it to catch on fire, Datester? The Yarn Tomb's drinking... It's going to require a lot of beer. You're going to have to drink a lot of beer to die from that. Anyway, where was I going to build? Right. We were considering the... we were going to be the Kimbri. Right, okay, yeah, okay, I remember now. Yeah, so there's actually a couple people with archaeological background then. There was someone who literally works in it currently, or at least did a few years ago whenever we spoke about it. And then there's you who has, a familiarity with the concepts. So. Um, well, okay, we're not necessarily going to pick it, but the concept amused me of starting there. I don't know, just out of curiosity. I'm not necessarily going to. And this is not a gameplay-based question, by the way, for people familiar with like that, how the game actually plays. Are there any regions of the map that people watching that are in chat right now would think would be interesting from like that kind of perspective we're talking about here to start on a map? I'm not going to start there. I'm just like, I'm curious when we take a quick look. Throw a dart on the screen? I'm gonna throw a dart at you. You like the islands? What, the Death Islands down here? I'm not I'm not starting by civilization in Australia. You end up with hope. That's the end result. That's the societal end result of building in Australia. Hey Fireheart, how you doing? Isle of Wight? Isn't that a real world location? The Isle of Wight? Maybe it's spelled differently. Hold on, I'm gonna look that up really quick. Yeah, spelt differently. W-I-G-H-T, but it is an island in... Yeah, way to the south in the English Channel. Yep. I mean, I got other games to play, so I'm not going to be putting a ton of time once we actually get started here. But for now, I just want to...
welcome anytime.
Hey, Therindos, how you doing?
It is only human to commit a sin.
Is Nightbot broken again? Well, last time someone tried to do a command, it took like 2 minutes, and eventually it went through, but maybe it also doesn't go through because that's... oh, no, there we go. Oh, you did it again. Anyway, thank you very much. Exclamation point resub if you feel like it. Oh, Hobo, you also get an exclamation point resub. Yes, okay, it was a subzone kind of chance thing. So if you were to actually, I don't know, if I wanted to make Australian and you know, have it suck the least possible. Well, we'd need a water source, so we'd have to start by one of these 3 lakes. I would probably... Okay, well, actually... Okay, never mind. There is desert versus extreme desert. So, these are very bad. This is less bad. And I'm assuming you don't start with a desalinization plant. So this all just seems... Again, from a real-world perspective, quite bad. Like, you're by the coast, so, you know, resources would be fine in terms of food. You wouldn't even... I don't know, it kind of depends on what you're starting with here, but, like... I think mountains would really help you all that much. Maybe you'd find some, you know, craggy, sort of sparsely forested-like areas. Coast or river? Down here, there are no rivers here. These are just like hell islands. Oh, there are arid shrublands. Okay, that would be a bit better. Maybe. It's not desert. This would probably be like a very diverse and rich ecosystem here, I had to guess. With the rivers feeding into this sort of, shit, what was it? Term for it again? I can't, it's such a basic concept, I can't remember. Caffeine, apparently. Gulf, there we go. The word. Although these are arid shrublands, so I mean, these rivers probably would dry up in certain seasons, if I had to guess. This one looks like a much more major system. Although it looks like the rivers aren't really coming from anywhere. I guess they would potentially be fed by the mountains here. So, I don't know, if I had to start a civilization somewhere on one of these awful looking islands, somewhere kind of along here, I think. Not entirely certain what sort of advantage hills would provide you. Maybe slightly greater biodiversity. But yeah, try and just build up something along the coast in one of these sort of like this bay-like feature. Yeah, that's my take. All right, and then yeah, hopefully you just don't die of thirst. I saw something really potentially interesting somewhere on the map, and then I lost it because we got distracted by these stupid death islands down here. Where was it? It was another one of those like hidden glade type things. It's just like a mini desert here, just like a tiny rain shadow from the... Even a structure like this, you'd expect maybe the mountains to kind of spread out a bit more, but close enough. Anyway, that's not what we're looking for. Was it this? It might have been this. Okay, so here, in our hidden mountain glade thing, so we have a temperate forest surrounded by boreal forest. There's granite, there's marble, there's sandstone, there's large hills and a creek. And we're at the source, we're very close to the source of this river. There's kind of a larger clearing in here with these people. People who are very unfriendly. What kind of Earth analog would you end up with here? It kind of depends on if we're thinking like old world or new. So if based on what we were talking about earlier, you would expect some degree of cultural continuity around here, largely, again, because the coastal peoples sort of dominate, again, the sparsely sort of populated areas over here. Although, the China analog might not work as well because we do have a Great Lake here, essentially. And that would provide, like, a lot more in terms of resources to peoples around it. So you'd essentially, I mean, because there are very vast bodies of water, or there used to be, in Central Asia. I mean, they're still there, but, like, I'm thinking more kind of like the Aral Sea sort of thing. A lot of which is just dried up due to Soviet meddling, but that would basically squish in our cultural comparison quite a bit. That's why I'm hesitant to call this, because, like, this specifically would, like, this is boreal forest, right? So that wouldn't be, like, the Mongolia analog is more kind of like this. But again, it's also squished in, so it's not a good one-to-one comparison. Like, nothing is a good one-to-one comparison, but, you know. Boreal forest in a very centralized location beside massively squished in Central and Eastern Asia, and what do we say? Southeast Asia was more like, well, because this is more India in that, and based on that comparison. But I think our comparisons need to be a lot more fluid. It's like the more things we add, the less it actually works. Or, well, I mean, it still works, but you know what I mean? So we called this area the Balkans, right? Maybe a good place to start from would be something more along the lines of, I want to say, like, everything between, like, Romania and the Ural Mountains. In an African sense, you'd have to flip things to be like, have a sort of a geographic analog, but, like, I'm just trying to, like, graft the Songhai Empire onto this. Not working very well. So New World. It's a little bit harder because they're in North America. Like, geographically speaking, there's the easy analog of, you know, this is sort of like the Canadian wilderness and these are sort of the Great Plains below it sort of thing. Or you're in the middle of Canada, there's the middle area, and then there's, like, the... See, I think what I'm trying to do is now, what I was doing earlier was a bit more organic, and I was like, this is kind of like this. Now I'm trying to, like, specifically graft things on because we already have some things established, and when you start to do that, that's when it becomes a lot more difficult because things start to warp a lot. Hello, Rinny. Did I say hi? More words you use to describe a sound unless you actually describe it? What? But yeah, anyway, so like I said, let's go with let's stop necessarily comparing this more directly with China, because it doesn't, like, it works, but it also doesn't, and it starts to like basically warp stuff around here. But the general idea, I think maybe sort of still does. So let's just say again, there's going to be a sort of a coastal people here who, through a larger resource base, start to dominate this kind of area all around in here. Despite the greater presence of resources from the river, or from the Great Lake, essentially, I think you would start to see people over here starting to see this entire area as kind of like their divine right, sort of, right? It's like, oh, we need to control the resources of this Great Lake. It is our destiny to control all this. So they start to expand to around here and essentially kind of again, when people start to unify, it's a lot easier to conceptualize, because obviously fracturing, etc., or at least attempts at it, and that sort of muddies the waters a lot. So let's make it simple on ourselves. They sort of naturally, based on the terrain, I think you could see the maximal extent of these peoples kind of coming out to, honestly, again, right to about here. They sort of control... Yeah, sort of like... sort of resource-rich, kind of potentially floodplain-like area up to about here. If we were being really ambitious, maybe they start to make it to around here. But this is kind of, here's the other thing here, is this is another very potentially resource-rich sort of area down here, and it's very much separated from these people here who would want to centralize power. So down the line, you might start seeing power struggles between, like, you know, the formerly conquered peoples down here who have been well integrated into the empire, and, you know, centers of power start to kind of develop around here. And again, I said we're not going to fracture things, so I'm not going to say it splits into this and this, but maybe gradually over time you start seeing these people decline in their importance, and then sort of like you'd see dynasties of developing down here, and so, you know, the center, the capital of this country moves to like down here or something. But anyway, like I said, I could see... Yeah, either these people control all of this, or it kind of sort of extends out to about... The Great Lake becomes theirs, but the projection of power is sort of limited to a town about here, because there are other peoples doing their own thing down here. It would be a bit weird maybe to end it sort of without any kind of defined natural barrier. Because, like, along here, this is all just sort of plains, right? And then there's no, like, river that runs directly across this. There isn't, like, a horizontal mountain range. There's sort of more vertically-ish ones. So there is actually a mountain range dividing this here. So maybe actually this ends up being the divider. This is their own thing here, but these people sort of extend out here. Maybe have some, like it kind of extends beyond there, kind of like that. Because obviously they're going to want to control the entirety of this lake here, Great Lake. And so it comes to a maybe about here, or maybe even just about here. Yeah, you know, the more I think about it, the more this is just kind of like, it's like a natural barrier. It's sort of easier to define. So let's go with that. These people kind of do this here. And that's going to be this world's... East Asian conglomerate thing. Again, this would have no bearing on the ethnicity of what these people are. They could be anything, but it's just easier to conceptualize it because literally they are on the eastern side of this continent. Now, the reason we're developing this and trying to figure out what this is because like, that's our starting... It's like a puzzle, right? Like, you have to start from a location that you can kind of identify and work our way out. And in order to figure out what influence the surrounding peoples are going to have on our starting location, if we have our starting... I mean, at this point, we've talked about it so long that I think I have to start here. But in any case, Now we need to start to define what this is, because this is going to obviously more directly impact what we're doing here. And we also need to start defining... I mean, this is probably... Like this is tundra. This is wasteland that, like, would presumably be filled with just nomadic peoples. Very difficult to live in. Draw your own sort of analogies and fantastic conclusions based on that. What would this be? Obviously, there's a very sort of natural border here, kind of like this narrow strip of land. There's a clear distinction here between the resource-impoverished north. Actually, wait, well, the border, I said, it's going to, like, extend to here. Like, these people are sort of bleeding into this. So, I think there would be great contention, obviously, between these people, because it's like, these people would start to see, like, this area here is their ancestral homeland, or part of it, and, like, you know, these upstart imperials, or not upstart, these haughty imperials of just, like, they keep encroaching into our land here, and they take the best of it, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. So these people are not going to get along, but that's easy to theorize. People don't tend to get along. Ever. That's what people do. And so in terms of their material culture, given sort of the lack of resources, I imagine it would be a little bit more sparse. But there probably would be a distinction here, like, again, with this line right here. So, like, more fully nomadic peoples versus sort of a semi-settled people. So from these people's perspective here, you basically, you would see these people as, like, they're barbarians to the west, but these are like the super barbarians, completely, these people are barely people kind of thing, whereas, like, these people are at least semi-settled and have some semblance of culture according to us. Like, they have cities, etc., etc. And so even, like, sort of within this sort of rectangle we're creating here, there would be a relatively sharp divide. There'd probably be... I don't know. I imagine there'd probably be a lot of genetic continuity between these peoples here. Well, like, obviously there would be, but... Would they see themselves as one peoples, separated by lifestyle to a degree? Or would they be totally separate? Like, how isolated is this pocket up here? And from a cultural perspective, who would see themselves as, we are the people in this area, we are the source kind of thing, and you guys are like a weird offshoot? I imagine it depends on who you ask. See, when you start talking about that, you need to sort of establish migratory patterns as well. And I think that's vastly beyond the scope of what I'm attempting to do here. That's very... I'm not doing that. Water here. Okay. Yeah, so these guys here. I want to say it would be more interesting for the world build. That's going to be our... Yeah, we'll start throwing that in as our reasoning stuff. If there was continuity between sort of, let's say, these people, sort of the more settled southerners, with their, you know, their agricultural centers, very fertile plains here, clearly there's water sources for them to work with. They've lost access to the Great Lake here, which is a long-standing grudge against these guys over here. But I don't know. How far did we say these people were going to extend? Like, kind of. I don't know. How, maybe. No, you know what? We're going to make the mountains here a hard border for these guys. And sort of like this little bump here. And they kind of have like an enclave here. And yeah, the mountains are just forming a natural border all along. So formally, the peoples here, or at least maybe potentially even like refugees or descendants from the people who used to be here now live over here kind of thing. Long-standing issue between these guys. But yeah, so I guess let's say they form a sort of confederacy between them. And I would imagine, how would they perceive westward expansion into essentially the dense boreal forest over in this direction? This is just all, like, this is so much forest. I would imagine that all the peoples bordering this kind of, this area here, this whole big boreal forest area, would probably perceive the peoples in here in a similar way. Even though there may not necessarily be a cultural or even genetic continuity between any of them, they'll probably be split into different groups, right? Like, it's a huge area. Like this strange, foreboding, you just don't go in there kind of thing. And it's a different sort of you don't go in there compared to this thing up here. This is just like, oh, this is inhospitable, barbarians be there, leave it alone. Sometimes people come out of there and murder you, but other than that, just, you know, we kind of, like, it's big, open, and we sort of understand it, but we don't like it. This would, I think, be more treated as, like, a spooky kind of thing. It's like, oh, there's weird people who live in there, you know. Probably monsters. The people who live in these forests are, you know, they're probably part monster, you know. They're weirdos. They fuck monsters, and they're barely human anymore, kind of idea. I can see that sort of thing coming up. So if we've established that, I think that sort of idea would probably be reinforced by their limited capacity to expand westward. They're constantly being harried and bothered by their neighbors to the north and the expansionist tendencies of their neighbors to the east. So it's just kind of like, there may be less sort of military resistance to kind of going this way, but it's difficult going. And you start spending too much time, you know, settling, civilizing or whatever the forests here, that, you know, then when you spend a couple decades doing that, and then suddenly, you know, there's a new emperor in the the Kobor throne. There's a new expansionist emperor here, and he suddenly starts attacking over here, and so he's coming in here. It's like, oh shit, okay, and then, like, you know, there's too much trouble over here. Again, I feel like that's subscribing a bit too much sort of central authority to necessarily anything here, but, you know, you get the idea, right? Like, the capacity to do anything in this direction is essentially limited by the neighbor, and also the terrain, and just they're less culturally suited to dealing with this. So now that we've established essentially kind of up to about here, the only thing we need to sort of consider at this point, I think, is sort of these peoples here. How would that interact with this? And it's sort of weird. We're doing a reverse thing, because we're essentially defining everything around it to define this, right? Maybe we should have done it the other way, but this is what we're doing. Now, in order to define this, I think you need to start defining this. But I think earlier we just sort of just shorthanded and said, oh, this is this is the Arabian Desert. Because we said this is the Balkans and falls under sway, essentially, of their Islam kind of thing. Right, we were talking about potentially building here. And so you would have great resistance to being incorporated into the Ottoman Empire, basically. But you would eventually fall. Like, you can't contest the tide of military might sort of coming this way against you. It leads to a bunch of fracturing amongst the mountain peoples, with some people being like, we embrace whatever these people are bringing, and other people who like never fully accept it. And so centuries of just warfare and arguing and just bad times in this region, like right along here. But that's less relevant to what we're talking about. So if we're going with that analogy, what does that mean for this here? Is this Anatolia? I don't think it is. I think the basis we're working from was flawed because it was just shorthand, let's come up with something interesting, like something quick. Whereas I put a bit more detail into this. But it's too late now. I don't want to redo this. So again, this is a sort of unified conquering force under some kind of ideology. Bringing the disparate people of sort of a very, again, resource-sparse region together. And I want to say, it's easy. So their natural limits are going to be this mountain range here. It does separate. See, what that does is basically it creates a pocket of people here that are not accounted for by the people. Because I said the borders of these people is going to be sort of around here, right? They make it up to about the swamplands about here. And that's just sort of the extent of this sort of cultural continuity. Okay, yeah, I was trying to figure. This was so long ago. I think it was you. Normally, I remember who buys me stuff, but like again, this was so long ago that I wasn't sure. But I think it was you. So thank you again. We're getting a bit more time out of this because I didn't really get a chance to give this a proper go in the past. So anyway, that does make this a bit easier, which means this here can be identified as a singular sort of cultural entity. If such a thing exists. But we also don't need to really define here other than its opposition to here. Everyone is not getting along with here. Already in bed already? I've been like live 3 hours already and I haven't even done anything. Okay, so big sort of open plains bordered by mountains. Reasonably arid stretches. There are a couple great river systems, but these actually, now that I look at it, these are roads. Not rivers. I do remember it being amusing, yeah, from when what little I played a million years ago. You can kind of just sort of keep playing. So, we have a great expansionist ideological entity comprising either something like this, or potentially even all the way up to about here. We have this entity here who is going to be less relevant to these people. And given the sort of low technological level we're sort of or I'm envisioning at the moment, limited contact between here and here. Because if there was more contact or ways to be more interconnected as a world, I could see, like, basically these people and these people both disliking these people. Or specifically these people seeing these people more as a tool to occupy these people. You're off? Alright, thanks for stopping by, Captain. We'll see you around. Good luck with whatever you're doing. But they would be concerned with getting too entangled in the affairs of these people for fear of essentially just getting bogged down in whatever's going on here. And yes, I realize we've moved on to sort of defining everything by sort of adversarial relationships, but again, we're talking about people here. Well, I guess technically this world is not all people, but I can only look at it from a human perspective, so I think we're doing it right. It's entirely accurate. I'm trying to think of a societal analog in terms of our Earth. Hungary? I'm seeing like kind of a Hungary, Poland sort of thing. That kind of idea. What this game actually is, but I do know that you're talking about... So what the game actually is secondary. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Pangolin. We'll eventually start the game and then you'd be bored to death. Like, I think that's an okay basis to sort of kind of work from, with kind of Hungary, Poland kind of idea. Not great. But given the wide open spaces we're sort of seeing here, or like a Plains First Nations tribe kind of thing, like that sort of idea. Nomadic, semi-nomadic peoples again, those with, you know, settled territories, or like, yeah, I guess maybe Ukraine or Crimea, or, you know, that kind of idea as well. I think these people would be largely self-contained in the sense that they have just a lot of things to worry about around them. The weirdos in the northern forest are, like, again, not their concern. So actually a similar situation to these people, where it's like, this is weird shit over there, let's not worry about it. These guys over here, though, like, they're bad folks. They want our land. They stole our ancestral land. One day we'll reclaim it and then invade their decadent coastal territory when we make it through the I don't know, the desert here, and punish the traitorous tribes over here who turned against us hundreds of years ago. Again, I feel like there's just the people here are kind of getting away with it, because again, to a degree, it's because we're defining the other people around them first. So we don't have a necessary relationship, but I think it actually is, it kind of does bear out. I think there's a logic to it. Now, the other thing we have to consider is, do we consider the roads and routes canon? I'm going to say to a degree, yes. Which would mean, like, the fact that there's no road going like this a bit weird, but I guess maybe it's just that inhospitable here. So that actually goes around there and then comes through there like that. So again, that does imply some degree of importance being placed on this sort of forested region by these people. Like, it's not totally foreign. There are trade routes. There is some contact. It's not just like totally the mystery in the woods sort of thing. But yeah, it looks like the trading route, essentially. And they're cut off to this direction, so they're trading probably, yeah, it seems to go more in this direction like this. So, again, if we're going to use the real-world analogy, there's no Great Silk Road going from here to here through this. Largely due to the antagonism between these groups here. But there is something from here, which goes through here, and at this point it becomes, and then like, so this kind of connects to here additionally. This wouldn't be the end point, I imagine. More of a central thing, and then it shifts to basically a riverway. Trading is over waterways at this point. You would go here and enter this large lake here, and then at that point you have access to this road here, which is, yeah, no, this connects this whole region here. So essentially this world's Silk Road is this. At least for this portion. There might be something also down here, but we're less concerned about that. Well, I guess there is a southern route. You could do this, and then you take a ship from here, and then you make your way in here, and then... So I guess there's a big southern route, and then there's a big northern route. And they're not entirely mutually exclusive, because there is a connecting thing there. Okay, but anyway, what were we doing? So we said these are sort of like some parts semi-nomadic plains people with, you know, settled locations. Some mishmash of North American plains tribes, Hungary, Poland, you know, Crimea, Ukraine sort of thing. And, yeah, no, there is nothing over here. I don't know if this is a you don't know what's over here, or this is literally... I mean, in gameplay terms, this is probably it. I had to guess. In terms of lore, would this be... Is the planet literally just this? And it's like, this is just we don't know what's over here? In lore terms, I could definitely see it's like, the only thing people know is this continent, kind of. Or these peoples. The people over here, if there are people over here, obviously would know they exist. Okay, so what were we doing? Oh, where, so I don't know. The relationship here to here would be like, maybe it at times can be strained, as you know would be with any kind of human relations. But I don't think it would be too adversarial. I think it seems like, given the presence of this road here, there is a degree of, you know, wanting to just keep things calm. Maintain the trade routes through the mystery forest. And obviously these people, you know, trade tends to benefit, well, not everyone, but a lot of people. They see the benefits of that. Which would make this whole settlement here start making a lot more sense. This is a relatively clear area. Maybe it's been cleared out by people centuries in the past. of probably like a mine, like a sort of a almost like a mining industrial center. Not an industrial center, because that's kind of, I think, going beyond the tech level we're considering at the moment. But like it's an area known for its mine. They're harvesting the mineral wealth out of whatever this mountain range is here, and it can be, you know, the resources can be easily shipped down the river here. At which point, you know, like a town or a major city, at least in terms of, you know, sort of forest area, develops like here kind of thing. And at that point, you know, it becomes a major trading hub, and it can ship the resources back in this direction, or, you know, exchange things for finished goods. So, but anyways, essentially, the mines here start supplying both civilizations in this direction and this direction where their mineral wealth, with a kind of a more distribution center kind of thing around. But at best, this doesn't grow into anything too big on its own, but there is a cultural continuity amongst all the people, at the very least. And when you scroll back a bit further, I think this forms another natural barrier within the context of the boreal forest over here. So you probably start seeing a separation between sort of cultural tendencies between the people over here and sort of the central forest people over here, who are these people. The Backgammon Prairie. Or no, that's the town name. So however the hell you pronounce that. So yeah, now we're starting to get subdivisions within the forest itself, right? So we're able to sort of establish what's going on here a little bit better. So I could see these people here again as maybe sort of a part-time raider kind of thing, but again, there are a lot of settled peoples in here. They're sort of, the old ways are being abandoned more and more, as essentially more material wealth from their, or mineral wealth, starts to pour into this region. And so perhaps this clearing, again, is not necessarily, or sort of the more sparsely forested area, not necessarily a natural phenomenon. It is in fact human activity. And we're starting to see sort of the forest being eaten out from within. In the actual game, I already said that. Oh, this is the best part for me. I'm also getting like really hungry. I might need to like eat something as soon as we're done theorizing here, or maybe even before. If anything, in order to define this, we need to start defining this. I think you probably have a very similar sort of thing between here and here and here. But as you might notice, there are no roads in here. Is it because the people in here are not open to it? Or essentially open to relations with outsiders? Or is it actually just sort of resource-wise not particularly noteworthy? These are hostile people, or is this a forested wasteland? I don't know. Forests usually tend to contain something people want. Sparkus, we're not doing that right now. Well, this is not gameplay consideration. We're developing a world lore here. But also at the same time, please no backseating, hints, tips, spoilers, etc., etc. This is a mostly blind playthrough. I'm just having fun with world lore at the moment. So I'm not trying to optimize where I build, I'm trying to find somewhere interesting. And not even in gameplay terms. So I could actually see a more adversarial attitude between these people. We got ads, so we'll hold on. I'm gonna eat some cake in the meantime. One second. Twitch? God damn it. Okay, we're done. Ads are done. So anyway, as I was saying... Put Whiterun in a river valley. Wait, right? Whiterun. Was that the city in Skyrim? But yeah, anyways, I was saying. I could see essentially the relations between the peoples in here. Again, very natural sort of borders, so it's easy to sort of define them. As being more adversarial, actually, between, like, these groups than necessarily this group and these groups. Because again, the presence of roads at least implies, again, a desire to maintain some degree of stability for the sake of trade, if nothing else. Wait, did you type something before that, Pangolin? Because it's just like previous contact, or unless you're commenting on something that I mentioned that I don't remember what you're talking about. But it seems like you're just saying something without. But anyway, so yeah, yeah. Again, at least stable relations here. I could see, again, due to the total lack of any kind of interest in trade here, outside of this one thing here, and this is probably these people selling. Well, I don't know. There's probably something coming out of here. But what? Another sort of mining thing, but with less environmental impact? Are they like fur trappers? I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. But again, this whole region just seems like there's very little interest in it from the outside world. So it may be kind of more of an exploitative relationship here, where these people sort of send out some stuff, but what limited wealth they have is just sort of being extracted at sort of unfair prices. And sort of this is more of a road of these people trying to access this sort of Silk Road style market here. But they don't necessarily have a lot to offer for what can come in, so it comes at a premium. So anyway, as a result of that, I can see sort of hostility between these two groups here. So there might be sort of a shared cultural link historically, but it's sort of one of those situations where, particularly, you know, it's easier to conceptualize this in less, you know, technologically sort of sophisticated cultures, where, or complex cultures, I guess. Because now it's a lot, let me put it this way. It's a lot easier now to sort of imagine people hating distant peoples. Because, you know, things are much more globalized. But historically speaking, in many, I don't want to say most, but a lot of instances, sort of like conflict between groups and sort of essentially regional hatreds are between like peoples who are quite similar to each other, right? It's not the distant peoples way over there who you don't really know very much about, and they're doing their own weird thing that, like, you culturally speaking, there's a sort of antagonism towards. It's the people who are next door who would, like, look like you and do very similar things to you, but it's, like, slightly off. And, you know, maybe there's this perception that they're richer than you and they look down on you kind of thing. Like, I can see that sort of more, like, that kind of relationship between these two groups. So, again, sort of resource-sparse region, and peoples who've sort of more embraced sort of this international trade network kind of thing here. And so these kind of, like, again, the generalized cultural attitude over here might be, oh, like those, you know, they're kind of like us, but they're really not like us. They're like, they're soft, on pseudo outsiders. Like, they're traitors to our grand cultural legacy of, you know, isolation and then this forest sort of thing. So, like, there's that sort of hatred of, it's not a hatred of an outsider, it's the hatred of sort of a traitor, almost. So, I guess the major point of contention for this group here probably comes from here, which is actually quite dangerous for our potential settlement here, because again, it looks like it's sort of a major center of resource extraction. There's a gap here, so it's like less defensive. Well, yeah, I mean, it would be theoretically less defensible than just like impassable mountain. You would have to like very much sort of fortify passes here and the gaps and that sort of thing, or where you can, because you could theoretically march an army through here, sort of thing. So you would have to like very much more fortify it in different terms than like a simple mountain gap kind of thing. So like a major site of conflict, battles, like this whole area here is probably a very unpleasant place to live. And it is sort of like, again, it's sort of, by compared to the mountainous terrain around it, it is like more flat at the very least, right? Like it's still very dense boreal forest, but I imagine the peoples who are living here, and it's much easier to live here than up in here, are somewhat like divided in their allegiances, and like so there's different spheres of influence, right? And so depending on who's, you know, happens to be stronger at the time, or what the political considerations of either group is, they tend to more lean this way or that way, or maybe there's more immigration, or settling, I suppose, from people from over here or over here, and you know, that changes the makeup. So it's probably a very messy region right in here. Similar kind of maybe situation here, but this is less relevant to what we're doing here, so I'm going to talk about that. So honestly, I think we've defined this region here quite well, in relation to all its neighbors. Less so here, but I don't want to deal with up here. Honestly, like, I'm tempted just to write this whole thing off as Siberia. So it's just kind of like, it's just very sparsely populated. There's people, obviously. But I imagine as time progresses, it's more so they become victims of exploitation of more materially rich cultures down here. Now, do we need to define anything else? Not really, I think. I think there would be a lot of interesting stuff going on here. This whole region of the boreal forest biome, if you will. But very complicated and beyond the scope of what we need to do with our thing. And so, yeah, we start to get into this. We're going to be here another like 3 hours or something, so I don't want to do that. Oh, I guess we kind of did, because I said these are the Cimbri, right? So this is the the southern reaches of the Roman province of Germania. Because yeah, earlier we said sort of these people unite here, sort of this sort of fertile land. There's resistance to their rule here. I guess this is sort of, I don't know, Francia. Again, I guess that really just makes this all Germany. If it doesn't have anything to do with us, it's easier to just sort of shorthand and wave it out. This is all Germany. Easy. There we go. We're good. Just wait. Hold on, I gotta unplug. I'm not controlling my mouse for a second. All right, so real world analog wise, last thing I think we need to do is like we sort of defined what's going on here, but sort of what would it be closest? Honestly, I'm thinking something actually like, Lightfellow, are you still here? Something actually close to the region Lightfellow lives. Like sort of Georgia, Armenia, that kind of thing. Ancient Kingdom of Bactria, maybe? Honestly, I feel like Georgia works really well. Because he's probably not here. It's too bad because he could help us flesh this out a bit more. Hold on a sec. Where was the Khwarezmian Empire centered, like exactly in terms of geography? That's further east. Yeah, I think that's too big, but it also might be another decent analog. You know what? Maybe these are the Khwarezmians. I think that actually works a lot better. Yeah, no. Don't mind me. We're talking about people who are not related to what we're doing. I think the only issue might be sort of like that. Time out. I think this is actually, yeah, in this world, this is the Caucasus. I think that actually grafts on quite nicely. Going back into historical times, know the relationship between all the various peoples who lived in that region. I imagine it was antagonistic, but again, that's an easy guess. I'm not totally certain about the mineral wealth in the region. You know what? Let me look that up. That's an easy thing we can find here. I know there's oil wealth there. Gotta go with the. Okay, we need to. This is the AI response. So I guess we can read it. Stupid Google AI thing. Richard Ferris. Mineral resources including copper, iron ore, manganese, zinc, gold, silver, and enjoy resources like oil. Here's the thing. My assumption would be is it's mineral rich. So Google AI must be correct, right? Let's go with that. Okay. Yeah. No, I think it's established. We're like Georgia or something. We're a Central Caucasian Empire. And I don't mean Caucasian in like the ethnic sense. I mean like the regional sense. In the Caucasus, the Caucasus Mountains. All right. Well, that only took like 3.5 hours, but we've established what is going on with this world and who we are in it. Except we also just crashed from a space pod, but ignore that part. Now let's do. Now I'm gonna find out like I can't build here because it's like infested with disease or something. And it also gets pretty cold, and minus 16 degrees in the winter. That is unpleasant. Forests of deciduous trees interspersed with fertile clearings, many species of animals, blah, blah, blah. So large hills, there's a creek, there's 2.5 movement speed, or movement difficulty? I don't know what that means. There is granite, marble, sandstone, 608 meter elevation. There's caves and creeks. Yep, lore is established. We can plant, we can grow crops for half the year. I don't actually know if that's a lot of rainfall or what. What's the highest rainfall we can find? I clicked on something that had like 2,000. Where was it? Is it just the tropics? Yeah, I would expect the most rain in a tropical rainforest. I don't know. It seems like it gets a reasonable amount of rain. You can forage berries. I don't know if that means you can forage all the berries or there's lots of berries. You can forage them year-round. But animals can graze? Yes. Let's do it. It's a caldera strategy, but prime commercial, they say. The cradle or caldera. Yeah, no, whatever you type, either I'm not seeing it specifically or YouTube ate your comment. Because I don't see anything about a caldera in chat. Just strange. Oh, that's why only 30%. That's why there's only this one megacontinent here and a lot of emptiness, because the planet is only 30% land. It's a good thing we only did 30 minutes, because it took us 3.5 hours to do this, and like 30% of the world is gone. Alright, let's go. No, you're lucky, Pangolin. It was probably a terrible comment that would have gotten you banned. Alright. We have this selected. Let's go. Next. Oh god, now we gotta do this. Okay, so I don't want a perfect party, but I do want a good spread, right? Especially since I don't know what I'm doing, so... At least a group of people that, like, can do something. Both the miner and the medical officer. Again, we don't start with a default cook. And is there anyone we want to, like, just take immediately? Guy's good at fighting and also dealing with animals. Incapable of caring or social. Great, psychopath. The suffering of others doesn't bother him at all. He doesn't mind if others are butchered, left unburied, imprisoned, or sold to slavery unless it affects him. He also feels no mood boost from socializing. Oh, right, names. Okay, well, let's establish a baseline skill set we need first, and then see if anyone wants to fill said roles. Is person who's both good at melee and socializing. And art. It's like some kind of scald. His remarkable kinetic intelligence, he seems to dance around danger with preternatural grace. Melee dodge chance. Trap spring chance times 10%. As he's more likely to set off traps? Either way, let's keep this guy. Is that one of the toughs? Yeah, the speed run for starting a colony is selecting the location is 3 hours and let's just say 20 minutes. That's the time to beat. If anyone can do that, you can claim the new world record. Okay, so we're gonna keep you as is. I don't want to mess around with things too much. Nika Roberts. That's a person somewhere, I guess. Got the socializer here. Yeah, 320. No, it's not PB. It's WR, world record. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that record is going to be mine for a while, and if I do retain it by the end of today's stream and no one's beat that yet, everyone who doesn't beat me owes me $50. Let's roll until we get a cook. Oh, a researcher. That's someone who's good at mining and plants. I feel like mining and doing agriculture are both full-time jobs. But maybe they're not. Actually, yeah, you can only harvest plants like half the year. You're mining half the year, and you're harvesting plants the other half. Slow learner. Global learning factor. Okay, so that's terrible. Just like in real life, being stupid is bad. He gets hungry quickly and will occasionally be overcome with the urge to eat ravenously. Wimp? I should have seen what that was. Annoying voice? Eric's voice has a particularly grating nasal quality to it, and it tends to talk in barked, garbled phrases. This disposition disposes others to dislike him. What the hell would that even sound like? A nasal quality and tends to talk in barked, garbled phrases? It sound a bit like this, but how would you make it a barking, garbled sound? This is how I talk. Oh, that's starting to get into, wait, does this guy talk like, Shifty Steve? No, that's not nasal is the thing. I guess it's like naval Shifty Steve. Iron-willed. He keeps going through thick and thin when others broke down long before him. Mental break threshold minus 15%. Beautiful? An exotic yet familiar facial structure and an arresting gaze. People are attracted to her before she even opens her mouth. Beauty +2. What is the beauty stat? Physically hypersensitive. Oh, psychically hypersensitive. Physically. Yeah, he's like the misunderstood tough guy. And no one wants to talk to him, but if you need someone to get punched, that was the guy to do it. Wait, no. That guy also sucked at fighting, didn't he? So he's just like really good at sitting there and taking it. Probably because his voice sucks so much, so no one wants to talk to him, so he had to tough up. Chemical interest. As an unnatural and chemical sources of enjoyment. Chemical source of... Oh, okay, so he's like... Oh, God. This guy's like really smart and probably good at making drugs and then uses all his own drugs? I'm kind of like... I want to see what all is available, so I'm just going to be cycling through stuff for a little bit, but... Undergrounder. Why is it saying Speedy? Oh, Speedy has no need... Oh, it's his name. Outdoors of light. He will never feel cooped up or get cabin fever and is not bothered by darkness. However, Speedy will be unhappy while outdoors. Huh. Hard worker. And will finish tasks faster than most. Won't break. Careful shooter. Interesting. Also a miner too, so that'd be a very good trait combination if we're actually keeping a character. Creepy breathing. Breathes heavily all the time and sweats constantly. People find it creepy. But he's also pretty. Ah. Volatile. Mental break threshold is worse. The misogynist? Really dislikes and distrusts women. Man, he's got like such good stats though, what the hell? But he's also nervous and kind. Great memory. Bisexual, does that even do anything? Is romantically attached to both, so I guess this person can marry either sex? Like in terms of gameplay terms? Another like really good dual stat character. Oh wow, I just realized this person's got a whole bunch of stuff as well. Or I guess I'd forgotten. What does great memory do? You will lose unused skills at half the rate of other people. Oh, skills decay. Okay. Neurotic. Mental break threshold is higher though, even though he works faster. Another annoying voice and slow learner. By psychic phenomena. Started gameplay yet? Nope. I have not. Pyromaniac. Misogynist. Crafting, medical, intellectual. I don't think I've actually seen anyone who's really good at cooking yet. Oh god, this guy's addicted to alcohol. But also tolerant to alcohol. Nimble, night owl. Too smart. Is too smart for his own good. He learns everything much faster than everyone, but can be quite eccentric. Low learner and kind. They're good at... I don't know if these come in a specific combo. Mining and plants. Oh, gay is a trait. I mean, I guess it's bisexual. Be natural to assume that it also exists, but... Physical comforts and enjoying favors a simple, pure lifestyle. Body purist. Limited for a reason. To him, artificial body parts and xenogenes are unethical and disgusting. He's just very optimistic. Greedy. Really impressive bedroom. He gets a mood loss if he doesn't have what he wants. Pretty and what is abrasive? He just doesn't get along with people. Okay, so, alright, so, I think if I see something really weird, I'll stop for a second, but I'm gonna start reading things. Basically, what I need right now is, like I said, I want to cook, and then we'll probably just take it from there, but... Man's name is Dwarf. I swear, cooking is like the rarest skill. Doing everything but cooking again. Jesus, game, give me a cook. Ah, here we go. Super immune. Naturally powerful immune system. She will gain immunity much faster than a normal person would and can survive illness that would kill others. And is also psychically dull. Stab scar. Alright, so we got our cook. We got our melee. I'm not gonna re-roll you, like I said, I just wanted to cook. Animals and medical, so we got a doctor. Miner. We have no one on, like... I thought we had someone on, like... Oh, no, I re-rolled that. No, okay, we got plants and animals person. Oh, no, what the fuck, you're the same person. This is actually very convenient. You just handle, like, everything food-related, right? Oh, let me see, you're a soldier dude, I guess. Mr. Fighty Man. Who's also a psychopath. Do we have a miner? I can't remember. Oh, you're a miner. Okay. You're mining and medical. I don't know. So let's just... We'll get... Oh, we have a smart dude. Anyone, like, really good at... Okay, you can build. We'll just get an interesting sort of loadout here. Oh, another person who can actually cook. Misandrist. Come on, I don't want people eating everything. Oh, no, we do have someone who's good at shooting. You're also good at mining, so we got someone who can mine and shoot and kind of build. Alright, we're going with that. Yeah, this is just a Rimworld. New DLC just came out, so I heard. Yeah, I barely played this game, so I don't have any of the DLC. But chemical fascination. So we got a drug addict. We have our super immune system. What's this called in Warhammer? I think they're called like nulls, psychic nulls, or is it psychic blank? Something like that. And they have like the null gene, and I think they're psychic blanks. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Also, this person's not a blank. They're just less psychically sensitive. No? It appears Lightfellow... No, not Lightfellow. I'm just Thurindos, who has triggered the King's Protocol. So, for the next minute, we shall be discussing our characters here. Sounding like that. Leaving a message here on Steam. Give me a moment. Unfortunate time for you to trigger that. Officer? Officer in what? Majesty's forces, I imagine. Regardless, yes, what are we doing here? Oh, yes, we must establish what our characters are named. So, presently we shall be taking volunteers for naming our characters, because it's been a minute and I don't talk like that anymore. Okay. So, anyone want to grab a character? Hope you wanted something, right? So what are our options here? We have Shooty Miney Dude, who's a drug addict. We have Super Cooking Lady, who is a psychic null and can just harvest. Basically, she can collect all Super Cooking Lady. Probably going to be the most useful person on the party. We have the melee construction worker dude. But he's also a budding artist. But he just doesn't have time for it, so he can't develop his skills as much. And also apparently is nice to talk to. Also nimble. We got... The hell is this guy? So... Oh god, we got another drug addict? It's a rush from hurting people and never minds the sight of blood or death. He is 4 times likely to start social fights as others. And so we got the moody artist who likes planting stuff. Possibly because he has an interest in chemicals. Oh, he's also really slow. We have the part-time miner, part-time doctor, who enjoys body modification. We have a psychopath child researcher who is apparently very smart, but also kind of good at construction. He's nervous, possibly because of what he hides in the basement, and he's also a jogger. We have the melee blacksmith, who is sickly, asexual, depressed, and psychically dull. He's also incapable of being intellectual. And lastly, we have the big dude, who's good at shooting, fighting, and he's also a psychopath. Hold on, I got alt tab. Okay, let me copy you guys. Like toys? Perhaps they are. Wait, Rini, you want to be added? Which one do you want of all the things I just described? What is this game? Rimworld. Since it's technically not a spoiler or backseating, but the bottom 5 are left behind and we get the top 3. Yeah, they show up. This is one thing I do remember, is like they show up over time or something like that, I think. Or some of them can. Because again, I did play this a little bit a long time ago. I remember like them showing up a bit. Hope with bad backseating. Get high on Rimworlds? I don't know. I don't remember how drugs work in this game. They seem to exist. Alright, so yeah, here we go. So these people are here available immediately. Rini, Hope, you both expressed. Oh wait, you can be the drug addict. Which one was that? That's the person who's good at shooting and mining. Okay. Rini, apparently a nickname here. Rini, last name Boy. Is that what we're going with? Alright, Hope, that leaves you. Yeah, pick a character.
Thanks, bunches.
That was Yuta fucking Dingus? Fascinating name. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Gonna be the doctor, the medieval doctor? The melee construction. Oh, wait, this person's just called a medieval doctor, but it isn't actually a doctor. Their medical skill sucks. Alright. So, Hope Horizons. Do you want a nickname? Or do you want just like Hope Horizons or nickname? He was leaving behind his son Ryan. What? Is there a Ryan? I don't know how this works. Like, if these are characters that actually, like, appear in the world, or... I guess we'll find out. Alright, so in the initial party, we have Rini and Hope. Do we have a third, or potentially even for the left behind people who might show up later? Let me know now, or I'm just going to start this. Hold on a second. That thing's... Ugh. Game is either... this game is like a world sim thing. There you go. Alright, I'm starting it. I think you could actually change the names after the fact anyway. Oh, also, I think this order might be like the order they show up in, right? Maybe? Or likelihood? I'm not sure. I just realized we have like no one to do research. But maybe it's more important to just get a resource base. I mean, it's not like the other people can't do research. Well, I mean, one person can't do research, but yeah, researchers are just like our worst thing. The thing is, you actually start... Man, do I need to like swap someone out? because you're needed. It would be nice to have someone who can mine. Wait, you can mine as well. Oh wait, are you Ryan? Hold on. Like the Ryan that we need? Oh, you're... Oh, okay, we gotta... Well... It's not mutually exclusive, but like... I was thinking of replacing this guy with this guy. This was psychopath. Well, start. Was that the age? I didn't see. Okay, the see you awake in your cryosleep sarcophagi, the sound of sirens, or blah, blah, blah. Unknown Rimworld. As piece of shredded starship fall around you, you start making plans to survive. Okay, pause. Let's get a bearing of our surroundings here. What the hell is this? There's a mega spider kind of nearby. The glow pod? What the fuck's a glow pod? There's alpaca nearby. Ship chunk. Those are resources. Steam geyser. Oh, I wonder if I can use that for something. Or if it just kills you. Steel lying around? Okay, cool.
Thou art welcome any time.
Hey, it's Minxie.
It is only human to commit a sin.
The World of Rim was 3.5 hours of me sitting around developing own lore in my head of the various civilizations that exist on this planet. I am just starting now. So, thank you for continuing to subscribe to this awful channel. Very much appreciated. Obviously, you don't have to do that, but you continue to do so, so I very much appreciate it. Exclamation point, resub if you feel like the gimmicks. And I hope all is well on your end. And after, what was it, 3.5 hours of debating, what is what on the world map, we determined our little colony here is located in the Central Caucasus, and we're probably the country of Georgia. Just to condense all that down for you. Awful joke and screaming. It's fine because it's like at the expense of terrible, shitty internet people who are bad teammates. I approve of that heartily. Oh, this river is going through this cave system here. Interesting. Asian steppe. It's more Central Caucasus. Got mineral wealth. There's an ancient trade route coming through our region. There's extreme regional hostility between groups. It's got to be the Caucasus. Well, Warlord, we'll see. I'm not sure what era we landed in here. Okay. All right. So we were looking around the map to see what is available. Can I actually see? There's granite. I don't know if I can actually see when there's like metals in the wall. I did see the jade. It would imply to me that, well, maybe you can't actually see it from. You gotta like mine in, and you'll eventually see it. Oh, there are 2 mega spiders. That's sandstone. One of those geysers. Ah, here we go. Okay, so it does tell you. So long as it's actually... Okay, because I can't click in, so there is compacted steel here. For some reason, this mountain is made out of steel. Which is fascinating. I guess we're just skipping the, yeah, what's it called? The smelting step. But anyway, we have access to potentially lots of metal. There are animals all over the place. We will try and stay away from the giant mega spiders if possible. And maybe like build against this sort of mountainous terrain here. Okay, well that's the thing, they don't really like look like spiders. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it's just a name. They're not really spiders, they're just like called spiders for some strange reason. I'm not even sure, like, what do they look like? Oh, they're living in peaceful harmony with the spelopedes? Surely they can't be spiders. There's even a mega scarab. Spiders would have killed everything in here. Maybe they only hunt humans. We're about to find out, I suppose. Alright, so anyway, now that we're paused, let's see if I can remember what the tutorial taught me to do 3.5 hours ago. Zone. We need a home... Oh, we need a stockpile zone. That's the first thing, right? Well, where are we going to build our home here? We just, like, sandwich it between the 2 walls? Or maybe just, like... No, I think I want to build it here. Like that. Slightly away from the river in case there's flooding or something. Again, I'm just going to use real world logic here, not necessarily what happens in game. I don't know what happens. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on a second. I'm so busy here. I'm dealing with like 3 different things. Everyone go follow Minxie right now, because she's really cool. And if you don't, I'll kill you like I'm about to kill all these colonists. Especially Hope colonists. Gonna still pause, good. Yesterday, like an hour into watching you yesterday, was quite annoyed, so decided to just go to bed. It's one way of dealing with being annoyed, I suppose. Just go to sleep. You can't be annoyed if you're asleep. Anyway, good to see you back here again. Right. So I need to figure out. Right. So zones. Yeah, stockpile. If you build stuff, it we will make our stockpile area over here, and we'll just like mine this out, I guess. Right, that's our stockpile area. Wait, cancel that. Is it cancelled or is it already set? I've changed my mind. I want it up here. Because we're going to be building here, and I want it closer to the house so people don't have to travel as much. But then again, it's not nice having your rubbish heap right by the home, so maybe that's, that's fine. We're going to go with that. Just to make sure that that is still there. There we go. Okay, do that. And then after that, how do we do this again? So we're going to select... I forget how we do this now. So we get... is it the assign? No, it's not the assign. It's not orders. I thought there was a way to like multi... Okay, so it's going to prioritize selecting the colonist. We're going to go ahead and allow that manually. Everything gets allowed. There we go. Power and everything to see just to watch my stream. I mean, he probably should have, but Champion Killer's busy. We'll give him a pass this one time. Things are complicated. I think it is. Game's got to take physical notes to remember what's going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of systems, and once you get things going, I think it's fine. But I played this game once a tiny bit, I don't know, 1,000 years ago or something like that. Many years ago, whatever it was. So, I don't remember anything, and I'm trying to remember what the tutorial taught me, 3.5 hours ago. Entire grid was down. Doxed yourself. Now we can figure out where you live very easily. Okay, where am I? Oh, but I have no resources right now, right? So you guys need to, like, collect shit. Get to work, Hope. You're way too slow. Ah. Having the Caucasus sucks. Well, you can talk to Lightfellow about it. He lives there. She needs to be here to, like, tell us more about the history of Georgia and just all the surrounding countries, but not here right now. Oh, it pauses when you Alt-Tab as well. What the hell is going on? Are you throwing up? Oh, stop puking. Oh, that's amusing. Hold on. Mixie triggered the Yet protocol. Follow the message. Yeah, basically the key phrase "you missed" gets flagged by Automod, because it's like a common phrase used for people backseating. Look at that. Hope just puked everywhere near all her stuff. Couldn't even, like, go up here somewhere. Oh wait, how do you check people's stats? Is it bio? It is. Equip bolt action rifle. Equip revolver. Are you currently... You haven't... Oh, no, okay, then you need to equip the, grab that. Okay, they all have weapons now. We have... How much wood? Okay, so I need to actually... Someone starts to need to at least get, a shelter built here. Compacted machinery. Who is good at, building? Instruction 4. Hope, stop puking on the... Oh my god. Bringing Hope was an absolute mistake. Get away. Get on the puke. Or the resources. Just threw up and is now eating. Oh my... No. Okay, fine, you clean up your own puke. Okay, let's pause. So I need to figure this out here. So we're gonna build, like, a home. A heart emoticon thing. Maybe we start here because it's more clear, and then work our way down. How do we do that again? Structures, right? Wooden wall. Alright, so that should be sufficient for the time being. And after you're done doing that, we're going to need some beds, which is under furniture. We need 3 beds, right? Wooden bed. One. I think you can consolidate them and they don't get pissed off, right? Maybe I should just spread them out. Just. There we go. Perfect. They're all in like kind of a weird line there. And we also need a light source. I remember that. Just a torch right in the middle. And then I think that's all they need, right? Yeah. We don't have people throwing up all over the place. We have Hope throwing up all over the place. Everyone else seems to be, you know, keeping their shit together here, but... Why are you throwing up, Hope? Something in your bio? You're allegedly nimble. Can't you dodge your way out of puking? Like that. Is there dice rolling in this? Wait, timeout. Timeout. Who has... Well, you're equally bad at melee and shooting. Sure, where does it show someone's gear? Oh yeah, I hope you're better at melee than... You need the knife. Why are you so slow? What's going on here? Wandering? Wandering? Get to work. Are we out of wood? No, we're not out of wood. Oh, so there's another gun. Someone needs a gun. Rudy, what the hell are you doing over here? What it'll say? He's Cloud, or you're Cloud Watch. Gear you have... Nothing. Go grab the revolver. Oh, so someone needs to build horseshoes. Horseshoes. Oh, so someone needs to cut, like, all these trees down. Why can't I multi-select? Oh, wait, you know, I know how to do that. So we go to, not architecture. Is it Orders? Chop wood. Everything here, someone needs to do that. And then we go to, not structures, recreation, horseshoes. Oh, they're gonna be up here. Are there any more resources I could just pick up? No one's working. Terrible. Steel slag chunk. Pants on the ground there. No one seems to be using the pants. Oh yeah, I probably need to like wall this area off as well. We don't have much wood. Yeah, so someone's gonna need to start cutting it, and then yeah, because we need to finish this first and foremost. I mean, this person's wearing pants, I think. I don't know about you two. Div 7 and most of the expansions are... Wait, isn't 7 the most recent one? Huh. Like, it's like the what's it called? The Epic Games free games of the week thing currently kind of thing, or... Why is no one cutting trees down? Someone cut some trees down. Oh, you're the only person that can do it. Hold on. Yeah, let's start setting this shit up, like, now. People, yeah, who are the only people that can do something need to prioritize said things. And we got you doing like a lot of stuff here. Wait, Rini, I can't remember what your stats are. Your shooting plus mining. Okay, well, if mining needs to get done, where is it? Priority number 1. Okay, well, there's fire. Everyone needs to prioritize that, obviously. Okay, and then okay, so Hope. What do you do again? Melee, construction, artistic, and social. So, work, construct. Priority 1 for Hope. Okay, so that's fine. And then, so, no, not work. We need architecture. Is it zones? Or, I forget where the cutting shit is. Production, structures, furniture, it's orders, there we go. Cut plants. Cancel. Cancel that last order. Okay. Orders. Chop wood is what I meant to do. Okay. Now, hopefully they start... Oh, humble? Okay. Good, okay, yeah. So we're getting the wood we need. What is over here? Oh, hey, we got the compacted steel here. Hope, what are you doing? You're wandering again. Just remembered something. We even mine this crap out here. Then the bed structure makes a lot less sense, but... expand home. Oh, the home area is already expanded. It was like a roofed area, right? Build roof area. For some reason the tutorial has you do this, so I'm gonna include that. And then someone needs to architecture, structures, wooden walls, build a wall like around. Wait, how far out did I expand this shit? Well, that'll... I wonder how long it's gonna take him to just bust walls down. Okay, not that long. Oh, you really got no hustle. You know that? Oh, shit, I just remembered something. Hold on. Zones. We need an animal sleeping area. How do we determine that again? Furniture? We got an animal sleeping area. Someone needs to collect that wood. It's sort of getting built. Structures. Not an ornate door. We need a wooden door. I think they auto go to sleep when they get tired at night. Maybe they don't because I have it lower in terms of priority. Where's sleep is an option, right? Where the hell did it go? Maybe we actually lower the priority of some things a little bit. I mean, it looks like they're not tired, so... Oh, are you stuck? Hold on a second. I think there's something... Okay, whatever he's doing, the bar is very slowly going up. What is the goal of this game? As far as I can tell, the goal of the game is don't die. Okay, yeah, good. We canceled whatever the hell was going on with him. So, draft and undraft him. Alright, it's rest time. When we have a bit more wood, I guess we'll make a dog bed or something, but... Oh, zones. Is this considered all home here? Hold on. Zones. Okay, home. Okay, good. It's all this. That's a lot of wood just lying around. Why is no one collecting this? I really wish when you alt-tabbed out of this game, it didn't pause the music like this, and you could just keep like... Maybe there's... Oh, no, I'm going to check the options in a second. Is anyone familiar who's familiar with this game know if you can alt-tab and not have it like pause and have the music stop like that. Check the options now. Run in background, yes. Aha, perfect. You don't own the... That's fine, Jimmy. You don't know. You don't own the game and don't know, it's fine. Oh, actually, if I have it running in the background, the audio goes as well. Okay, good, good, good. Should have checked that earlier. Okay, so let's speed up time because everyone's just sleeping and being boring. Look at that. The NPC that like no one is named after is the go-getter. Doing all the work here. Structures. Okay, so now we got a hole in the wall there, so someone needs to build that. Someone really needs to collect this shit. Oh, is this entire area here? Hold on. Is this entire area here with the zones? Is it a stockpile zone? It is now. Oh, I know what's going on. This guy just, like, really sucks at cutting trees. So we need to send you over there. So you stop trying to do that. Like, literally do anything other than that. So, we'll do that. And then we're going to go ahead and undraft you. It's a really clunky way of doing that, but I think... Yeah, so he's going to go do that. Someone needs to cut this tree down before... Rini, you're terrible at cutting trees down. And I wish you would stop sucking at it. Chop wood, there we go. Oh, wait, okay, so now someone needs to actually build the wall. Since there's not a tree in the way of the wall. Eventually, this is going to get mined out, so we're going to have to... hold on a sec. This stockpile zone. Just add that there. There we go. What? Fan zone. There we go. Huh? Why does that not count? Okay, zone, stockpile zone. You know what? I don't care. We'll leave it alone. Oh. Someone clear that shit out of the way. Oh, hey, they cleared all this stuff. Granite chunks. All thing. I don't know where they're gonna put it. Are they just gonna, like, put all this crap in here? Alright, so we're gonna make, like, a farm. Actually, hold on a second. We're gonna make... Oh, it's a timber wolf. Kill it. Wild heal root. Someone could harvest that. That would be nice. Oh, wait. We need a lot of structures and stuff. I just remembered. We got a good amount of wood. So I need production. We'll set up a cooking area here, I guess. Because I'm going to steal the... I'm going to assume the wolf killed the turkey, so we're going to steal the turkey, we're going to butcher it, and we'll have extra food. Good with a gun? Well, I think we're going to leave the wolf alone. It's not bothering me. Yeah, let's clear this. Yeah, hold on. Wait, no, I got sidetracked here. We need, before we start clearing this out for things, we need to make a small kitchen here. Can I prioritize someone's hauling? So let's go to work. Hauling is very, like, low priority currently, right? I don't know. What are they even doing? Surely... I mean, that's kind of unnecessary there. Once he's done...
Why are none of you hauling rocks? Alright, whatever. So, let's instead build some more walls here. And then zones, we need, this can all be and home area. And then structures, give me a door here, here, and here. Or, no, not there. Oh god. Cancel that. And someone's got to make a roof there. Okay, so there's no reason I can't, in advance, set up the cooking area. Okay, no, sorry. If we want a cooking area, I want this to be flat. Someone needs to mine all this crap out. There we go. And I think we know who's going to take care of that. And so once that's flat, I kind of... Actually, yeah, cooking area by, like, the stone walls would probably be pretty good, because I'm assuming... Well, I don't know. Maybe these wooden walls can catch on fire based off of, like, cooking and stuff. And I'd rather not have that happen, so I gotta wait for that. Oh, you're still busting that shit down. Okay. Stopped. Work of a miner never ceased, apparently. What are you doing? Oh god, you're trying to cut a tree. God damn it, Hope. You suck at cutting trees just as much as Rinny. We need, like, a third person. Or a fourth person. Rinny, where are you going? Also, actually, no, we can, you know what? Let's get the research table up now. Production, right? Stone cutting table, electric smelter, art bench? Not. This is currently... Hold on, how do I cancel the animal sleeping spot? Ugh. Cancel that. How do I... Okay, I gotta deconstruct the zone, apparently. Okay, there we go.
what are you doing? Well, our starting food is still fine, so big deal. Production. Right, we're gonna build all that crap down there. Not power. Miscellaneous. Probably need more recreation. Oh, you still need to... God damn it. He's still not done that. Alright, well, we'll have all the food prep area done tomorrow, I guess. Hold on a second. This is getting built as far as I can tell. I don't see a bar, but... Oh, quack. Hope failed to construct a wooden chess table. Some resources have been wasted. Hope! Look what you've done. Designated rock to be mined. Columns will continue to mine until all connected rock of the same type has been mined. Oh, I see. Okay, so you just keep going? That's... Okay, so this is now all stockpile zone, except that, for some reason. Why, but... Does this count as enclosed? It does. I don't see a thing anymore. Uh-oh. Hope's obsessed with trying to, like... build this thing. Okay, okay, you're succeeding this time. Hope failed again. Man, just go to bed if you can't do it. The bed is... Oh my god, the dog is too large for that thing? Okay. Architecture... Zone... Was it zone? No, it wasn't zone. It was structure. No, it wasn't structure. It was... furniture? Now the dog has somewhere to sleep. People still do not move those boulders. Presumably that will go all the way. Oh god, he's trying to build it again. Oh, he made it to the halfway thing. Two out of 4 up now. Even the dog is asleep. Oh my god, 3 out of 4. Don't screw it up here, Hope. We're all watching. The eyes of the stream are upon you. Four? Does this mean a success, or is there still a chance when you get to 4? Oh yeah, I should have set that to someone can haul it away. Oh yeah. What are those spiders doing? Are they still up there? What's with all like the goopy stuff here? Rat and a raccoon. Alright, well, we've done it. Go and fast forward through the night. I guess technically, oops. While this is going on, this all needs to get cut down. Future. Okay, Rinny's up. Oh, wait, I was looking for a research bench. I don't know where that is. Well, butcher table, fuel stove, electric stove, Nutra paste dispenser, stone cutting table. Oh, simple. Okay, I see. Okay, so someone can make that eventually when up. Oh, right, need defense. Yeah, I was just thinking that. So sand. So we need to get someone prioritizing hauling. Work. Where was hauling? Currently, you're prioritizing constructing. I hope when you wake up, you're gonna haul a lot of crap, okay? Actually, Rinny as well. Wait, who's good at construction? Point of view. Okay, so that's all ready to go there. So now we can get production, a butchering table right here, and then a fueled stove here. Production botched. Damn it, Hope. components. We are gonna eventually start running low on food, so I'm gonna have to start producing my own. For example, designate those for harvest. Sure, go ahead and collect that. Timber shroom, honey. Oh, are you actually good at constructing? Oh, you are. You have like double fire in construction. Did that happen? Like, can you acquire those? I thought you had to be like rolled with it. Whatever. I figure someone would haul this away. I don't know why, but. Boom rat. That don't sound good. Oh, I need a designated butchering area or something, don't I? Probably. Not whole turkey dead, no empty accessible spot configured to store it. So it's gotta fall into some kind of zone. The growing zone. Dump, is it? Well, you we'll store junk. Oh, that's the problem. So these rocks are considered junk. Okay, I will be right back. I gotta go deal with something. Be like a couple minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. Talk to you guys in a sec. Artifact. Um. Oh, maybe this isn't done because you need a chair here? Anyway, I had to bring in some groceries, so... yeah, you know. Back to work. Furniture. Is this like a dining chair? Is that all you need? Ah. Chairs sold separately for all these things. Slaughter? You can slaughter the dog? I wonder if you can actually do anything with the steel slag. Overall, but much better than nothing, can be used as a table, workstation, and elsewhere. Storing display of 10 books, possibly enhance academic work done nearby. Okay, that's interesting. Never... Beauty... Oh, it doesn't affect beauty. Okay, so yeah, we want to up the beauty. And improve mood in advance of it becoming an issue. It's directly adjacent to the head of the bed. Does that work for both? No. So, I see. So if it shares, one gets poor, the other gets good. We want that like that. Can I move beds? Yeah, actually, before we, maybe makes... Because this was constructed before we moved all those walls, right? So, also these rock... You know what? Let's leave that alone for now. We can place it... Like, this one is probably not going to move, so we can at least put that there. And a potted plant. Go there. Dresser. More than... All nearby beds. Okay, so if we put this like... Yeah, maybe just line them up at the bottom, like right now. Let's go ahead and deconstruct that. Build a copy. There and there. They're hauling rubbish, so that's good. Wait, no, I just remembered something. The dresser needs to be placed. Yeah, so for optimal results, you need all of the... Okay, so let's cancel that. Okay, that's fine. And also cancel that. So actually, this one here is going to be... Yeah, we're just going to have to redo everything. Fine. Hopefully I get my resources back, but even if I don't, it's not very much. Someone needs to chop those stumps. Chair is taking a while. Oh, built a chair. Nice. I guess if I don't kill something, you can't butcher it. Oh, wait, do we have a cook currently? Work. I think we do, right? I specifically brought one in. Why is this red? Oh, because it's just really low across the board? Okay. Everyone just dislikes that turkey. Okay, good. Someone's cooking now. Probably want to get, like, some agriculture going here before... Can't do it anymore. How was that sound? A machine collector from Northwest Ordio is visiting the colony. She's named Linda Colon. She seems to have a few items to trade. Like, it's good we're getting the rocks out of the thing, but yeah, these beds, maybe we cancel it for tonight. Yeah, I think people are going to go to bed soon, so deal with that later. So we got to get the temperature cooled in here. Although in the winter, this place gets really cold, so maybe I don't even need to do that. Means I'm gonna need to get this area heated, but... Alright, we got 2 chairs. Okay, so research. Now we can start getting stuff. Passive cooler. Carpet making pemmican? Research pemmican. Apparently I can already make passive coolers. Hold on, how do I... Architect is under power? Passive or structures probably, right? I don't see anything. I do remember these things. Oh, not enough to... Oh, never mind. It's not, no good for food. If he was still standing there, we could have done that really quickly, but cancel that. Oh, do we have someone good at socializing? I actually hope it's you. Go talk to this person. I think... Yeah. Go... Go talk to the ominous person with a knife. How does this work? Oh, is that the currency? Need a silver? Do these decay? I don't know if we're gonna need the extra pants, but rifle charges. Okay. Or charge rifle, I see. Reinforced barrel. Medicine. Components. I mean, just so that we've traded something, maybe it helps improve relations or something. Okay, there we go. Did I buy that from you? Oh, no, okay, you grabbed, I see. You just put the silver in the dump there. If you're busy sweeping the outside, go go deconstruct some beds. What the hell? Did he deconstruct his own bed and then fall asleep? You idiot.
Ugh. Oh, what is he doing? There you go. Okay, hope. Oh, this is how you prioritize. Okay, there we go. You build your own bed so you can go to sleep. Okay, so we gotta find some more berries or something. And harvest those. Someone can do that at some point. Tomorrow, maybe we can start the garden farm or whatever. Oh, would you look at that? Someone's got to go grab those. Dead hair. There's some steel over there that someone's gonna need to grab at some point. Some berries, that's pretty far away. That far, I guess. Oh wow, it's a lot of berries over there. How long do these simple meals last? 3.7 days. Okay, so it's not necessarily a good idea to harvest all the berries. I don't know if you need, like, how the berry growing cycle works. So if I harvest them, do I just, like, get another thing of it, or... Oh, also the medicinal plants. Do those decay? As far as I can tell. Person we traded with is leaving. Oh yeah, I need to, like, probably make a manual save. Oh, I can see when the last time I played was. Yeah, it's 2000. So I had an initial test run in like 2019, and then I did a little bit of a run, it looks like, in 2020. In 2025. Oh wait, hold on a second. The 2025 run. There we go. Oh, Temtem? Yeah, no problem. I know of that game. Man, Hope's turning into, like, the useful person. What's going on here? Okay, so now we need things. By things, I mean furniture. Wait, can you even get in the bed if I surround it in furniture? We're about to find out. Okay, so we need, was it? Oh, this is a 2x2.
2x1. Okay, so I can go there. And then small end table. Those Thrindos with the 3... was it 314? Thank you very much for the contribution to the stream. Much appreciated. If you describe things in the game, it's not like I know what's going on with them. I've heard of Temtem. That's kind of it. But anyway, thank you very much for the money. Appreciate it, and I hope you've been enjoying stuff. I'm actually going to eat very soon as well. I don't think I'm going to go too much longer here. So. Also, Toulouse, hello. Yeah, Rimworld, it's been... I kind of slightly remember playing it many, many years ago, but it's been good, and I'm having fun. You are bad at research. Are you getting better at it over time? Looks like you're not. Maybe we take you off that. Like, if there's nothing else to do, consider it, but, like... We do need to set up, I think, a farm, like, now. Currently, by default, we are planting potatoes. Maximum growth temperature, 58 degrees Celsius? Jesus Christ, what the hell kind of potatoes are these? Is a coveted... Sahara Desert potatoes? Rice grows faster. Corn takes the longest. About the same speed as in rich or poor soil. High salinity means plants grow slow in poor soil, but faster in rich soil. Okay. Potatoes care about this less. Got it. And rice, kind of middle ground. I mean, this is like plant corn. Can I not check the fertility of the soil anymore? Oh, I just have to hover. Okay, yeah, so this is like extremely high quality soil. So this is all corn. Let's get... One second. So zones. I need another agricultural zone. We'll put it here. This is like more fast-growing foods, I guess. Plants. We're going to go ahead and make this one. Is potato the fastest or rice the fastest? Rice is. So like a short-term solution and a long-term solution. Who is the plant person again? Not you. Who's the rando NPC, right? Bio, yes. Okay, so we need to change the work schedule for you now. Now that plants are actually a thing. Hunt. Grow is plants, right? So this is priority 2. One second, I'll be right back. Alright, is anyone working on that damn plot of land yet? Okay, presumably after going for a walk, that'll get done. Oh, did the chair not get... Or rather, we need another one, okay. Someone will get to it. Still walking. It's this early growth season that's crucial here. We need... Hurry this up, please. Extract a tree, doesn't it? Clearing rock rubble? Just because there's a farm nearby? Oh. Information. A natural source of high-pressure steam. Geothermal generators can harness the steam power. Rooms built over will rapidly cook. Huh. Interesting. All right, the harvest or the garden plot has been started. Horseshoes. Cloud watching? You people have anything better to do? Actually, maybe you don't have tasks. I guess at some point all this needs to get collected. Designate that. Compacted machinery. Does need to harvest that. Add squirrel. Actually, that reminds me. Do I actually have enough to build this now? No, I have 0 cloth. I thought I had some cloth. I guess I got used or something. So can you collect that squirrel and like eat it now, or? A heavy table for butchering dead creatures into pieces of raw meat. Rotting or desiccated corpses cannot be butchered. Yeah, I guess you have to very purposefully hunt something for that to work, I guess. Hey, someone got to use medical supplies. Actually, does anyone else, oh, no one else, literally no one else can, like, plant shit. Boy, unless, hold on. Like, if they got nothing else to do, I guess they can plant. What the hell are you doing? You feeding him? Not that injured, there's a fucking squirrel. You got hit like twice. Alright, whatever. Is there anything else we can build that just like ups happiness or whatever? I'm going to furniture or something. Or table. Yeah, okay, we could put a table like here. Alright, well, I mean, those will get built eventually, I guess. Oh, no, no, no. Build a chair in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so orders. Chop wood. All that could get chopped. Rimworld's going well. Reasonable productivity here. Oops. What's it under? Did the table get cancelled and you're just making chairs now? Or what happened here? Okay, that's not anything. Okay, so they can phase through furniture and just, yeah. Alright, so this will give us some time to maybe look at some other things here. I don't really see anything. Bridge. Still can't make security. I can make barricade. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll make wait, no. Not there. Because that's by the horseshoe thing. Okay, so they can hunker down there if anyone attacks, theoretically. At least we'll have something. Fast forward to the next day, or at least until someone wakes up. You better not be asleep until, like, your entire HP back. Ah, there we go. Alright, you can haul the steel, I guess. I don't know why he's prioritizing that, but... Oh, what the hell? You have haul? Oh, you know, I think I temporarily did that because I need to be able to haul shit. Went back to bed. What the hell? Rennie, get... Woke up just to haul some stuff around and then went back to bed. We got ourselves a nice table now. Looking pretty good in here. Now we just need someone who can do research to show up so I can actually do research. Until then, I don't think too much research is getting done. Go ahead and make a hard save. I mean, that'll be the case even after the research person shows up. Okay, and I think on that note, I'm going to call it's like 8 o'clock. It's not super late, but I think that's probably a good place to end it. I did start a bit late, so that's it. I think I went longer than expected. We went about 6 hours. So YouTube folks, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to turn YouTube off first, and theoretically, I'm back to Clair Obscur tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a split stream because actually I'm having fun with this game. But I do also want to up with the Clair Obscur thing. So we'll see. I might play this a bit off stream just to kind of get the colony set up as something more like in a more interesting state. But who knows? Maybe people find the crappy part of the colony more interesting. I don't know. But either case, ideally I'm back tomorrow morning as opposed to in the middle of the day. and we'll be streaming something. So YouTube folks, again, I'm turning that off first, and then we're going to deal with Twitch. But I'll see you guys around. Goodbye.